Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies? Greetings.
I had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom, in select theaters this weekend.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, greetings, metalheads. Once again, it's I, Robert Meyer Burnett, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your Viceroy of Verisimilitude, and all those other names people call me. This is Midnight Metal, episode 48, and it's seldom on this show that we actually have a metal topic to discuss, but I figured Guns N' Roses dropped a new single. I mean, it's not quite a new single, but it's new to us. We're going to talk about that in a minute, exactly what it is, but I couldn't talk about this without my Friday night co-host. You know her, you love her. She's how are you tonight? Are you feeling metal?
Yes, Robert. How are you tonight? It's Midnight Metal. It's Midnight
I'm good.
Metal.
I'm good. You know, I made you a brief album cover. I didn't know you cut an album called Midnight Metal.
Yeah, Robert, those were early days. I was so young and on tour, and, just those late nights and all that hard work. We didn't get paid much back then. It was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but, we persevered through, and, I'm proud of those early days, Robert, really proud, very proud.
I heard that, I don't know if this is true, but I read that the love triangle between your lead guitarist, your drummer, and yourself is what led the band to fall apart.
It is, Robert. You just never know how things are going to affect you when you're in a band like this, and the group dynamic's so important. We've seen major groups split up, and I never thought I'd be in the middle of something like that. And, I fell in love with two men at the same time. Robert, being on the road is tough, and you build strong bonds, and sometimes those bonds, they break things apart, Robert, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I'd do it all again, Robert. I'd do it all again.
Oh, yeah, me too. I, as you saw in the pictures in the opening intro, I had my days in, on the road, in the heavy metal circuit, man. I'll tell you, it was rough. All those groupies, all the girls that fall in love with you and throw themselves at you, and, you fall in love every other night, and it really takes a toll. And I know what it's like. I mean, I never fell in love with two bandmates at the same time, but I certainly fell in love with 2 or 3 women on a weekly basis, and it's tough. It's hard to juggle the relationships and the work. So
Yeah, it really is. And, I think about those early days of metal and being alive then and being in that environment, how it really shaped, us as young artists. And, it really just had such an effect over us and over the community. And it really is just something that's so important to me. And I can see it's important to you too. It's just such a special time, Robert. Really special time.
It is. And I got to tell you, I moved to LA for the first time in 1988. So it was a year after Appetite for Destruction, Guns N' Roses' first big. I mean, I don't know their EP. I don't know what they released when they were playing the LA club scene or whatever. But Appetite for Destruction came out a year before I moved to LA, and to me, Guns N' Roses epitomized everything I thought Los Angeles was going to be. Like when I moved to LA, I want to live Appetite for Destruction. I just thought that was, and I wanted to go to the Sunset Strip and hang out in those rock clubs and go to the Rainbow Room and all that. And quite honestly, the first girlfriend I ever had in Los Angeles was the lead singer in an all-girl heavy metal band. And funnily enough, her name was Bunny, which was decidedly unmetal, but she was very metal. And it was interesting because I was kind of the prepster, man. I was more of a preppy, new romantic leaning kind of guy. But the first girl I ever dated really regularly in LA, first LA girlfriend, and it was great because I was, she was in one of those up and coming four member band, all girl band, and I would go to their rock shows and sometimes schlep their equipment in and out, and I got a taste of it. But back then, Guns N' Roses was the band. Like when I was in film school, everybody wanted to be Phil Joanno, and then they wanted to be John Singleton and James Gray or whatever. But back then, everybody, like Guns N' Roses was monstrously huge. It was a huge band. It was so influential. How did you feel like when Appetite for Destruction came out? Was it influential for you?
Yeah, it completely changed my opinion of rock music. And it's not just about the entire band together collectively had a synergy that I think a lot of other bands have tried to capture, and it wasn't easy to do because they were all so incredibly talented, had such unique personalities, and just the idea of going ahead and taking rock music and making it appealing to so many people now. It wasn't sort of a niche situation anymore. This was the number one song, the number one album, the number one video on MTV. Who could forget all of their incredible theatrical performances on stage, in video, off stage. They just kind of defined, what modern rock, hard rock music was for our generation, and pretty much for going forward too, because a lot of people tried to capture the essence of what they had, and it's almost impossible to replicate it. They just were so incredible and came in with such ferocity onto the music scene and influenced so many other artists. And, I think that their overall, despite the ups and downs, their influence has been tremendously positive and inspired so many people. And I think a lot of people, changed their directions in regards to their careers after they heard Guns N' Roses for the first time.
Oh, I totally agree with that. And it was, it's interesting because they had the swagger, they had the attitude, and they also had the music. I mean, there was a ferocity in Axl Rose's words and his lyrical fill, as the kids would say today. It was just, he was, what an incredible electrifying frontman. And the sort of the mid 80s was when the hair band scene really began, and I remember like every girl I knew was in love with Sebastian Bach,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I get it, but Sebastian Bach looked like, it's fine, and I remember when Poison's album "Look What the Cat Dragged In" came out, and they all looked like girls on the cover of the record. They didn't look fierce, like they didn't look dangerous. I understand glam rock and all that. I understood what they were going for, but there was just something a little bit more genuine about Guns N' Roses. At least it seemed that way to me. And I mean, just quickly, let me just show you. This was Guns N' Roses back in the day. Like here's a picture of them and Duff there from Seattle, and of course Slash and Axl. I used to see Slash at the Hamburger Hamlet at the very end of the Sunset Strip. There's a place called the Hamburger Hamlet, and he was always like, he would roll in there at lunch, and he knew everybody there, and people would talk to him. And I talked to him a few times. Nicest guy in the world, And I'm like, are you? I probably didn't say are you. Everyone knew who he was. I mean, he had such a distinctive look about him. But and you think about, like, if you look at Guns N' Roses output. So Appetite for Destruction, and then they didn't have a lot of output, and after Appetite for Destruction was so huge, and then I'm looking, I want to get this correct, but then they did their double. It wasn't a double album. It was 2 albums. It was Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, and like I remember like it was Axl who was involved with Stephanie Seymour, the supermodel, and
yes.
and they put out November Rain, and I was convinced. I'm like, no, November Rain is like what Stairway to Heaven was for the 70s. November Rain is now for the 80s to the 90s. It's the new rock ballad of all time. When I look into your eyes, I can see your lover's strength. I love that shit. And that video.
And that guitar solo.
Oh yeah, with Slash and the playing by the church, and of course then Stephanie Seymour dies, and it was it's just,
and the blood, the rain, and then there's like blood coming from the rose, and it was just a complete amazing theatrical performances that, like I said, on stage, off stage, MTV they rejuvenated MTV as far as I'm concerned in their rock category, and you're right, they while they are in that era of the glam bands, they're a little gritty. They got a little grittiness to them and a little bad boyness to them.
Oh yeah.
And, a little bit of come over here, girl. Let me show you a good time kind of thing. It's really appealing, Robert.
Well, I mean, you think about that first album. It begins with "Welcome to the Jungle." And I mean, this was not like. They were dangerous. They were leading you into the jungle. They're like, here's where you want to be. And just the I mean, you look at these songs, Mr. Brownstone. I really love Mr. Brownstone. Of course, Sweet Child of Mine became. Yes. I mean, how many times do we have to hear that song? 100 million.
Yes.
And then of course Paradise City, and there's just so much. That whole record, right? Rocket Queen, the final song on that record. I mean, it knocked me out, that record.
Yeah, it really did, and the performances were just blew you away. Their excitement for the music, transcended through whatever they were doing, and I think that we were very lucky to get that album, and I kind of feel like, this might have been, they're so incredibly talented, and getting all these talented guys together in one group to work together to make an album, and then to make videos, which take forever to make. I mean, when I say take forever, I mean, like they're not as exciting as, a concert, or while you're filming these videos, it's just not like that. But what they filmed, it was like a movie. They were like movie sequences. And, it might've been at a time when, it's true that videos on MTV had stories, but these were complicated stories, like some of the stuff that was happening in them, were of an adult nature, and MTV at the time didn't really show anything that was too explicit. So, to have something like that, suggestive material like that, I think it was a stretch for MTV, but a stretch for a lot of people who may not have been prepared for the material that they were going to encounter on their albums. And it was a mature look at, at the world, a mature look at a rock band, a mature look at the idea of what life is like. They didn't baby down anything. This was pure rock and roll, gritty, heavy, coarse. It's meant for you to be thinking about what you're singing about. It's sexy, it had so much appeal to it. That's why, Robert, it's lasted for so long. That's why the songs still sound so good, because of all those elements that make it so appealing. I just love what they've done, and it's fantastic, Robert.
You know, it's funny. I think about the lineup of the band. You had Izzy, Duff, Slash, Axl, and Steven Adler. And I was like, you know, like I love that. It was just Izzy, Duff, Axl, Slash, and Steven Adler. And I was like, good on you, Steven. You didn't come up with some like ZV or something. I don't know. I always thought that was cool. But so yeah, it was a heady time, and it seemed like they were like in LA. It was almost like Guns N' Roses was literally everywhere. Like you couldn't go anywhere without hearing a Guns N' Roses song.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it was like they were the new gods of because I don't equate. You know, there's lots of bands that you equate with Los Angeles, but in the late 80s, early 90s, I think the only band in Los Angeles was Guns N' Roses. Even that's not true at all. I mean, there's a lot of great music coming out of LA at that time, but Guns N' Roses just eclipsed everyone. So, you know, obviously when the band sort of broke up later on and they didn't have a lot of, obviously it was probably very cantankerous and all that. There was that rumored Chinese Democracy album. Where's that and it finally did come out, you know, and now, actually we have a friend, that married another friend of ours that's like their tour manager, and they've been out on tour for a long time. But it was interesting. I wanted to share this article that was in New Music Express today.
All right.
Guns N' Roses return with the new song Hard Skool. And to me, I really like this song. I mean, it's I wouldn't say it's you know, it's not Welcome to the Jungle, but it's still pretty good. And I'm like, I haven't heard a song like this in a while, and Axl sounds great on it.
Yes, he does.
But this track actually began. It was part of the 2008 Chinese Democracy record, right. And so this article came out today from New Music Express, and it was written by Will Richards. And Will says the track, which is the band's second of 2021, there was one that came out last month, was originally recorded during the sessions for the band's notorious 2008 album Chinese Democracy. Ahead of the release of the song, Slash posted a video of himself rehearsing the new song at a sound check in Chicago. Rumors of the new song's imminent release began to circulate last week after a fan was reportedly told about it by frontman Axl Rose when the pair met backstage at a recent show in Atlantic City. Initially minted with the working title Jackie Chan, the track was recorded during sessions for Guns N' Roses' notorious album Chinese Democracy, but never made the album. Short clips of the song have since been posted online, and a full version leaked in 2019. Hard Skool is the band's second track of 2021, following the single Absurd in August. The band debuted Absurd, a reworking of another Chinese Democracy outtake called Silkworms, during a show in Boston that took place a few days before it was officially released. In other Guns N' Roses news, the band recently celebrated a new milestone. Well, it says here 1998 classic. Come on, New Music Express. It's not 1998. Theoretically, it would actually be 1987. I know someone got it wrong, but come on, bro. Come on. For their 1998, how about 87 or 88? Sweet Child of Mine, with the track surpassing 1 billion streams on Spotify.
Wow.
1 billion streams.
Wow.
I mean, how many? There's only 7 billion people on the planet Earth. That means 1 out of every 7 people on the Earth has listened to Sweet Child of Mine on Spotify.
Yeah.
In July, they launched an official range of bongs and smoking accessories. So for those of you who want your dank nugs, you can smoke out with Guns N' Roses paraphernalia. So good for you. So did you listen to this new song?
I did, and I loved it. I thought it does sound fresh. Obviously, it sounds like, Axl's voice sounds very good. And it's a good song. I think it's great, and I could see why if they played this on tour or going to play it on tour, people are going to be like, this is nice to have something that sounds new and sounds like Guns N' Roses. And, when they do covers for songs, they have a very unique sound. And you're kind of expecting that. And I would I'd go to a concert, even if they played just all covers, because I know that they would be done well and they'd sound like Guns N' Roses, and it'd still have that kind of sweet, sexy sound that I'm expecting to hear from Axl. So it's exciting, Robert. It really is, and they did a good job, and I can't wait to hear whatever else they produce.
Yeah, I mean, me too. It's now. Here's something I was thinking as I was thinking about Guns N' Roses today, and I'd love to get your take on this.
Yes.
What do you think about the state of rock and roll today? Now, I hear a lot of younger people. A lot of people now. There's so much stuff out there, but I hear a lot of people. Like, one of my favorite things on YouTube for a while was watching young people's reactions to music. Like, I started doing it when I watched Twins, the new trend. Those two kids, the kids, but they were like their late teens, early 20s, and I watched them. They hardly had any YouTube followers, and then they blew up. But it seemed to me that their love of the music was infectious, and they listened to all kinds of different things. I remember, I don't know, I think I watched their reaction to Dolly Parton's Jolene. Yes. And I'm like, here are these two black kids listening to Dolly Parton and loving it. Yeah. And they sort of made me, I'm like, if younger people today can, and they listen to the wide gamut of music that they would listen to and that they would like, I was like, this is kind of, I think, where music has gone. Because when we were kids, when we were younger, how long ago was that? Show me that Simpsons
Speak
meme.
for yourself, Robert.
Yeah,
Speak
I know.
for yourself.
I know, but back then it seemed like you in your youth were defined by the music that you listened to. You go to school and people like, oh, that person's a rocker or a stoner or whatever. They're a metalhead. You would get defined sometimes by the music you listen to. And nowadays, I mean, I just wonder, is rock and roll as relevant as it ever was? I mean, even hip hop. When I think hip hop, I think Eric B. and Rakim, or I think about the Wu-Tang Clan, or I think, like, I used to love Too Short, and I liked a lot of. I used to love early LL Cool J.
Oh, yeah. Rock the bells. Yeah.
And Brenda's got a big old butt, and I'm leaving you. See ya. And
I thought I told you I'd be true.
Yes. I mean, that's the kind of I love that. And by the way, what a great video. And now, I listen to hip hop, and there's a lot of great hip hop out there. I was Kendrick Lamar. I was I love him. Yeah, and the Black Panther soundtrack. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff, but a lot of it's pretty similar. And so now when people define themselves like, okay, I like rap, but what rap? There's so much. Do you like old school rap? Do you like gangster rap? What kind of rap do you like? And now there's so much of everything. And I just wonder, is rock and roll, though, still relevant? Because we live in the post-Me Too age, and rock and roll was all about that swagger. It was all about you being a guy and partying and meeting the girls, and like, can rock and roll still exist today? Like, if you're a teenager and Guns N' Roses might not be your thing, but if even if you're listening to like Greta Van Fleet, who I like Greta Van Fleet, but they sound a lot like Led Zeppelin, which is why I like them, and they kind of obviously play well, and I like their vocalists. But I'm just wondering, is rock and roll still relevant today?
Yeah, it certainly is, Robert. And, as you mentioned, we're seeing a lot of these younger people, or people who have never listened to rock music before, listen to rock music for the first time and get these reaction videos where, they're listening to Stairway to Heaven for the first time, or a Guns N' Roses song, or a Motley Crue song for the first time. And their reactions are amazing. But we're also seeing a lot of young talent on YouTube who are recreating these songs. Mm-hmm. A lot of guitarists, some that you follow. I follow a guy from Scotland who I love to hear, recreate metal songs. And, I think that, artists are always going to be inspired by rock music. So, as you're a creator, as you continue to go on your career, you want to take your music in a new direction. I think for music, especially music, let's say, that isn't in the top 10 right now, artists are going to gravitate towards that. and they're going to look to that music as an influence for their own work. So it's always going to be relevant. Beautiful music, as far as I'm concerned, rock music is beautiful music.
Me
And
too.
beautiful music always has some level of importance in our culture. And, I think as long as films are even being made, we're always going to hear rock songs in films. It's always going to play a role in setting a tone somewhere. And I think, for a good portion of our lives, rock music was sort of the heart of America, rock and roll. Very rarely could you go anywhere in the United States and not hear some sort of rock song on. So it's really strange to me now, like where rock music is not sort of that in that top 10 list, dominating that list. But it doesn't mean that necessarily the importance of the music has changed at all. It just means that perhaps there was a shift in styles or preferences for a group of people in the United States. But I think that the fact that they sold out their tour was one of the highest grossing tours of all time, goes to show you that there's still an audience out there who wants to hear new music. And even recently, I think it's Eurovision. It's Eurovision, yeah. Right? Even recently, the winners of Eurovision was a heavy metal band whose name I can't remember, but I kind of like the name of their of that. They have like a really cool sounding name, but I can't remember the name of it. It's a band from Italy, I believe. Yeah. And so, there is definitely some importance to that music. And I think that we might even see a shift towards it in another way. You mentioned this band that sounds like Led Zeppelin or recreates Led Zeppelin's sound. And, of course, we're going to see bands like that coming out that will, be inspired by another band and say, gee, they so remind me of, the Rolling Stones, or they so remind me of, Led Zeppelin. And we are going to see more of that. But, there will be more bands coming up that are going to go ahead and break out. And we've seen a few of them. We've seen a few of them kind of, pop up here and there. And I think that there's definitely room in the industry for all different types of music. So as far as I'm concerned, the influence is still there. The legacy is still there. We're still seeing it in popular, in video and in cinema. And we're seeing an ever increasing presence on YouTube for rock music. So I think, these are good days for it, especially with YouTube or Twitch or whatever streaming services that decide to show more and more of the influence that rock music has, over the population overall. So
I just wonder, because the attitude that rock and roll has, like, here's the thing. You can look from the 60s, 70s, the 80s, the 90s, even into the aughts. There's some classic rock songs. Has there been a classic rock song in the last 10 years that everybody can sit back and be like, that's great? Like, is there even, like, I think back to like some of the arena rock shows. Like, I went and saw in 2017 when U2, for its 30-year anniversary, I went and saw the Joshua Tree tour. And I saw that tour when it was in 87. I went up to Vancouver and saw it. Now, what was really cool about that tour, the 2017 version, is like when they played Bullet the Blue Sky, for instance, they had a wall of giant speakers. And I was sitting, looking right at the stage. And when, the Edge comes up and starts playing that, bass line. And I mean, it was so loud, and you could just feel it. You could literally, the low end, I don't know what they did, but they goosed you could feel it in your bones. I mean, it was this bone rattling, the Edge bass, can you see the fighter planes? And I'm just like, this is the greatest. This is so great. And I just wonder if nowadays is that they, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call U2. They're not like, it's funny because the Joshua Tree came out in the same year that Appetite for Destruction came out. And to me, those two albums defined that year. Yes. And the Joshua Tree is obviously a little different than Appetite for Destruction, but do kids party the way they do? I mean, kids are much more, the whole world has changed. And I just wonder, with rock and roll, is it still relevant? Do people think it's from a bygone era?
No, it's definitely still relevant, Robert. I mean, look at Metallica's and Miley Cyrus. I think it's just to name a few. They have on that album interviews, instrumentals, demos, and collaborations. And then what Metallica decided to do was whatever money they made from that album, all the proceeds would go to charity. And I think that the fact that they decided that they needed to collaborate with other artists, which is not anything new, especially at a time where, it feels like we're becoming somewhat disconnected from one another. They decided to collaborate even more, to extend their collaboration. And, honestly, it's impossible not to be inspired, for me, by rock music, by metal music. It's always going to be inspiring because it's charging, and there's a certain type of drive to the music. But I think that concept of having different genres together is only going to bolster the importance of rock music even more. And I also think that when you decide as an artist to give people demos, to let them see the creative process of how you make music. Like, I'll never forget, I watched a video of Aerosmith when they were making an album, and their record producer was there while everybody was in the studio, and they were saying, well, what do you think of this song? And the producer says, I think it's going to be a hit. And they said, well, what do you think of that song? And he says, I think it's going to be a hit. And it's very funny, kind of like having the ear. It's kind of like with you, like when you start and you say, I'm going to go ahead with this particular movie because I think people will like it. And so having that ability, that aesthetic to choose, when something's going to be a hit or whether the overall public is going to like it is very important. But my real main point is that there's always going to be that rock influence over music. Even in rap music, it's there, where they'll take clips of rock music and put it in a rap song. So, I don't think we're ever going to completely get away from it. I think what we would all like to see, though, is, sort of a new generation of original rock artists who can come out. And I'm hoping that when people see or listen to that new Metallica album, or even the new Guns N' Roses material, that they'll be inspired to go ahead and create, new stuff and just kind of, be a little edgy or be outside of the box.
Yeah.
Iron Maiden's new album, for example, they're still going strong.
Man. I mean, we talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Yes, we did.
And I have to tell you, I have my special edition. This album kicks ass.
Yeah.
I love this record. And, I love this. I love it. Satisfied my whole physical media. The artwork in it is everything about it is great. So, and I have to say, we had, of course, we had Chaosium featured on this show.
Yes.
And I love Chaosium. And to me, what's really interesting about rock and roll is I do think that there's a lot of great rock and roll being created, but the problem is it doesn't have the exposure. Like, I don't listen to the radio anymore. And it used to be like when I lived in LA, I listened to K-Rock for almost 20 years because, I like British, I like techno, I liked new wave, I like all of the music of the 80s and 90s. But she'll come back. So, what I was going to say was that I think that the difference now is there is a lot of great rock and roll music being produced, but the problem is that it doesn't have the exposure, so you have to look for it, and everybody's listening to something different. Now we've got access to the internet, and music is everywhere, and no one's listening to the same stuff because not only is there however many decades of rock and roll, and people are going back and they're rediscovering Frank Sinatra, thanks to young people watching or doing reaction videos. There's a lot of music that people had forgotten, or somebody like James Gunn comes along and puts together a Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack, and it turns out to be great. And people go back and like, what is this song? And it's 45 years old, and somebody's like, I'm going to listen to this. Or Quentin Tarantino going back and popularizing music from long ago. So it's just a different kind of a thing. I mean, I don't think music has the unifying force I mean, maybe someone like a Billie Eilish will come along and galvanize a bunch of fans. Of course, Blackpink and K-pop or something. But I can't even admit to that because then I feel bad. Or I don't feel bad, but somebody else is going to say, don't you think you're a little old to be listening to Lalisa's solo record? I'm like, why? I'm not dead yet. I don't know where came back. I hope it's not an internet connection thing. Well, let's see. People have been firing in super chats and tips, so why don't I get to those? I don't know if can come back. I'm not sure. Maybe something happened. Let's see who's talking. Let's see. I'm gonna save these other ones from a day ago and read them on Raw Observations. The Texas variant says, so are you shilling for big crisis medicine now? I suppose saving lives is metal. No, I don't shill for crisis medicine. I direct their medical lecture series, and it's something I came up with Dr. Michael D. Schertz, 18 Delta, and he's an MD. So not shilling, but yes, saving lives is in fact metal. Lance Bergsvin sends in a very nice super chat. Lance, thank you for that. Hey, Rob, any thoughts on doing more whining about movies with Elizabeth sometime soon-ish? Yes, we are going to start. It's been a spell since the last episode, and I think the PGS misses seeing you two on screen together. Please, sir, I'd like some more. Well, we will be doing whining about movies. Elizabeth wants to start it up again. I certainly want to start it up again. I need an excuse to watch more movies. I've been buying a lot of stuff, but I have little time to watch it all. Magic K sends in a super chat and says, Russell T. Davies going to return to Doctor Who in 2023. Doctor Who is safe again. Hope Star Trek would have someone like that involved in the future. Well, let me tell you, Russell T. Davies wrote, I loved his run on Doctor Who, but he also wrote Torchwood Children of Earth, which I think is some of the finest, 5 of the finest hours of televised science fiction ever. So even if you're not a Torchwood fan or you've never seen Torchwood, watch Torchwood Children of Earth. It's amazing. Elvis Velasquez sends in a chat and says, I honestly think that indie rock took the stage at the turn of the century. I agree. And the Strokes were the pioneers of that. Reptilia is a classic. Look, I like the Strokes a lot. I agree. The Strokes, the Killers, there were some really great. Hang on a second. Let me see. Maybe RM is there's a problem. I'm trying to rejoin. She can't. Is she trying to rejoin? Hang on. Let me see why she's trying to rejoin. I don't know why. Hang on. Let's see. Let me disconnect. You sure want to disconnect? I'm going to disconnect. Start session. Let's see. Reconnect to previous session. You're back. Hang on. Let me put you back in. You're back. That was weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
That was a glitch
weird
in the Matrix. So what I was saying was that you might have been listening to me. But,
yeah, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if you heard, I was talking about, we just had a Magic K, or not Magic
yes.
K.
Yes,
Magic
I
K
did
thing. It was Doctor Who. But Elvis Velasquez says, I honestly think that indie rock took the stage at the turn of the century. I totally agree with that. Mm-hmm. And the Strokes were the pioneers of that. Reptilia is a classic. I also think I was thinking of bands like the Killers.
Oh, yes.
I do. I think that indie rock and bands like that were also great. And then you had then it sort of, in the last, I don't know, 15 years, everything from the Shins to the Lumineers, there was all kinds of music that was being done, a lot, and great music.
Yes.
I mean, lest we know, I'm not saying it's not great music, but it was all over the place. And it didn't have the galvanizing force that I think an album like Appetite for Destruction had.
No, it certainly didn't. But collectively, they were doing very well. Like those groups, pretty much might have taken over a portion of the music. But in 2017, I think is where they had that shift of where, rock music was not the number one selling music anymore. That's very recent, Robert. That's not 20 years ago. That's just a few years ago where we saw that, and I think that's very interesting. It might be around the time when people had a shift in how they listen to music as well. So perhaps people weren't listening to the radio anymore, and now it's all specific streamed music or specific streamed downloads. Or Spotify, like what we heard, but just the fact that Guns N' Roses had over 1 billion Spotify downloads, tells you that there's still interest in this music.
Yeah, I mean, but I wonder, like, as far as music was such a big part of youth, and I remember like getting into Pink Floyd, for instance, when for my bar mitzvah, I was given Pink Floyd The Wall.
Yes.
And I was not familiar. I mean, I knew Dark Side of the Moon. That was the extent of my Pink Floyd knowledge. And I remember, putting on Pink Floyd The Wall, and I'd already heard like Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 or whatever. But then when I played that record, it blew my mind because the whole thing was a story, and I was one of these people that suddenly became like, you can't just listen to Another Brick in the Wall Part 2. You have to listen to this entire album, all 4 sides. Then I had to go back and I would get Uma Guma and Animals, and I had to go back and listen to their back catalog, and it became a thing, and that was, I got into these bands and I'd have to get their entire discographies and listen to everything, and I also had at that time a paper route, so I was taping records, and as I would walk, when you'd had a paper route, I had 53 houses on my paper route, and it was kind of like being in a trance. And it took me about an hour and 15 minutes to go get the papers and then walk around the neighborhood and deliver all the papers. And I'd listen to music, and there were times when I would be done with my paper route and wonder, did I deliver to this house? Because I didn't remember doing it. Like, you would get in, because I did it every single day. So you're walking around, and I was concentrating on the music, man. And it was a big deal. And then you'd go to your friend's house and you play pool and listen to a whole Floyd album, and then then I was getting, like, I remember getting New Order's Blue Monday, and it came in the 12-inch came in it looked like a floppy disk.
Yes.
And it came in a floppy, and getting that and it just blew my mind. And when you're a kid, this music, because it was new. And hearing it for the first time, it would come out and you never knew. And that's when I started going to Tower Records every week and flipping through the import bins. And, I remember I bought the Cult's album Love in 86. I didn't realize I hadn't heard Southern Death Cult. The Cult's Love was my first album. And the first song on that album was like Rain. The song Rain, and the guitar riff, and I'm just like, this fucking rules, man. And you put it in your car, and this is the only record I'm gonna listen to for a week, and you'd listen to this stuff, and it meant something. It was a whole attitude. It was a whole part of your life, and I guess, when I see documentaries, like I watched that Billie Eilish documentary, and there's the new one. I want to say, I always think it's Behind Blue Eyes. No one knows what it's like to be Billie Eilish, but it's not that. Behind her eyes, and now people are mad at her because she's got boobs or whatever. It's so weird, but
she's going to grow. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to me of like, I have a lot of respect for Billie Eilish and Phineas. I've talked about it on the show before. Mm-hmm. Rolling Stone did a video, it's on YouTube, about the production of Bad Guy, that single, which is one of the great pop singles of the last 20 years, I think. And they produce it in their house. Famously, they're recording it in their bedrooms. And I'm like, because they're classically trained. I mean, they were choral singers, and they were brought up. They learned classical musicianship, and right. They're amazing. I have all the respect in the world for Phineas and Billie Eilish and what they've done. But I think about I just think about like living in Seattle and guys playing. The reason. The whole grunge rock scene came up in Seattle because everyone's practicing in their open garages when it's pouring down rain outside. And that's where a lot of that came from. And so then you had all the great hair bands led by Guns N' Roses in the latter half of the 80s. And then literally all of that was stomped out by the arrival of Nirvana and Pearl Jam and Soundgarden and all these bands. And then literally that music was gone, like almost overnight.
It did feel like it was overnight. I was going to say that as well. It was rather quick. And, that shift is, like I said, I think that, the thing that always stood out to me about grunge is how emotional it is. And for the first time, we were hearing these emotional, rock songs from predominantly young men who, were finally expressing whatever fears or whatever, animosity they may have had were coming out in these songs. And so, it wasn't necessarily about getting laid anymore. It was more of anxiety, of concern, serious issues. And so that was one of the things that I think separated for me grunge music from, let's say some of the other genres of rock music.
No, it's true. I mean, it people talk about emo rock or whatever, but grunge rock, I mean, think about all those songs. I remember it was Seattle, there was a band called Mother Love Bone, and the lead singer died, of an overdose, but huge in the Seattle rock scene. And to me, I said, the modern Stairway to Heaven was no longer November Rain. It was Chloe Dancer, Crown of Thorns from Mother Love Bone that actually Cameron Crowe used in Singles. And Singles came out in 1990. I can't believe it's 1990. Yes. And that album had that song on it. I remember I hadn't heard that song. I don't think I had that album because I left Seattle in 88. And when I would go back, the grunge scene had gripped the city. But I left just when, like, Nirvana played my college, the Evergreen State College, before I went to USC. And this was before Bleach. They could drive in from Aberdeen and play our college because we were right down, we were like 40 miles away or something, and they would come and play. And like one girl in my class, I'm Nirvana's manager. I'm like, whatever. No one knew they were. They're gonna come. They're gonna rock the Evergreen State College. I'm like, okay, fantastic. No one knew. Nobody knew. But it was just interesting to see how those bands were, and I think they might have been a little bewildered. How quickly that whole thing was over and grunge exploded, and then you ended up having all kinds of bands and then after grunge is stuff like Rage Against the Machine and Green Day and REM started, but it was just, there was a lot of great bands, but it wasn't like they didn't have that Welcome to the Jungle swagger. They were great bands. Are we ever going to see that again?
I sure hope so. I think we need it back. I think we need to bring, that sexiness back into what we're listening. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with what we're hearing now. But I would love to hear, a little bit more gritty, sexy kind of music coming back. And I think we need that reinvigoration. We need to have that excitement back again.
Well, I think also rock and roll is a release valve. To me, there's so much anger. Part of the problem, especially in America right now, is there's so much anger and animosity against people. People hate one another. And, when you go to a rock show, you're all there. You could be from all different walks of life or whatever, and it was like you're going to a Guns N' Roses show. You're bonded by that. I mean, I remember in terms of America when Bruce Springsteen had his box set that came out in the 80s, 85 or whatever. I mean, everybody, that was a huge thing. And everyone liked the boss. It didn't matter what political party you came from. It didn't matter if you were an American. You were born in the USA, even though that song is it's not the patriotic song people think it is. But you go back and you talk about, Born to Run or whatever. Asbury Park, everyone knew where that was. It's just like, we don't have that anymore. And I think part of the reason people are so angry is because we used to have a unifying pop culture musical force that sort of bonded all of us together. I mean, you might not have liked certain songs, but everyone knew them. And now I think part of the reason everyone's so far up their own asses, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing because, but they're listening to their own shit, and there's not a unifying, like, beyond politics and beyond our divisions, music served as a public or a potent force that united us. And now I think with the fragmentation because of the internet hey, you can listen to Chaosium. We wouldn't have known about Chaosium if we didn't have the internet necessarily. And it was great. It's great to be exposed to that music. But as a cultural force to unite a nation, a #1 single, do we have that anymore? And I think maybe we're missing that. We're missing like the idea that Bill and Ted, that the idea that their Wild Stallions was going to record a song that brought the world together. That was such a conceit of the 80s because music did bring people together. Music did become a worldwide force. And nowadays, I could that happen again? I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly, although there has been sort of like a decline in what we've been seeing, we have, however, seen consistency in rock bands from 30 and 40 years ago.
Well, yeah,
and,
but yeah,
this begs the question, why is that? And I think that if we were going to approach it from the point of view that, it doesn't really matter whether it's a #1 song, it's just still a good album. It's kind of like a cult classic movie. It doesn't really matter if that movie makes so much money. The importance is that it was put out there for people to see. I think that's what really needs to be focused on. If we really want to see this music genre flourish and get a new flair for it in 2021, seeing Chaosium, like you brought them on and trying to encourage others to listen to their music, or Eurovision and trying to encourage others to, decide to go into a heavy metal band. I think we need to see more encouragement behind those artists who clearly have talent for it and want to pursue that. And, long gone are the days, Robert, where, you'll have tons of bookings in a club and a talent scout will go to the club and pick up and sign artists. Like that, it doesn't work like that.
There's no money. I mean, you can't. How do you make money? It's very difficult to make money off your work. And I also think the world has changed. I mean, rock and roll, a lot of it was like, I want to meet a pretty girl and take her home at the end of the night. Or maybe just make out with her on the hood of a car, under the shooting stars or whatever. And I think that whole idea has changed so much. I mean, my God, if you watch like TikTok videos, people are much more important. They're much more interested in talking about their myriad rainbow forms of gender than actual fucking. And like when we listen to that, I don't want to listen to a dissertation on how many genders there are. If there's a rainbow spectrum of genders, that's great. But when does the fucking come into play? When does the fucking guitar riff come and the drum solo? And when are we going to get down? I don't hear that anymore. And that was a big part of rock and roll. I'm being half facetious.
No, you're right. Because I have a feeling that promoters are desperate to find that new sort of like rock band that's going to explode onto the scene and make people, be aware and kind of, say, wow, that was a great rock song. Who are they? I've got to get their album. I don't know anything about them, because that's what used to happen. You used to, hear a single from a group, and you mentioned something like this in a way, and you would say, I want to find out more about that band. What do they, what kind of music? Who's the lead singer? Who's, and you'd have this interest in them. And, there was that excitement and enthusiasm about discovering a new artist. And, that it's not that we haven't had that, but it feels like that discovery and that journey of finding these new artists has been, stymied somehow.
Yeah. Look, I have to say, to bring it back to the whole sex appeal issue, I mean, if you saw a great frontman, even though I'm a straight dude, I'd want to fuck a great frontman or have him fuck me, because that's what they did. They came out and they fucked the audience with their, like, look, everyone knows I'm a huge fanatical Prince fan, but I mean, you look at Chris Cornell, even in the movie in Singles, he's playing. I mean, that guy, that was one sexy dude. Or Eddie Vedder with his emo presence, or, I mean, but a lot of these guys, they had that swagger. And what's really interesting now is, so you look at a band like BTS. There was always popcorn boy bands and all that. And I love all their dance moves and I love all their production and all that. But those guys, they don't necessarily you don't look at them and think, man, those guys, I want one of them to take me away to a desert island.
Well, speak for yourself, Robert. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
You know,
it's
like,
not
look,
the same type of sex appeal.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not.
I look at Blackpink, and everyone laughs that I like Blackpink, but I don't like Blackpink because, look, I love hot Asian girls, but I don't like Blackpink because I look at them like they would be my daughters. So I don't. They're all very, very sexy, but they're not. The sex appeal they're portraying is fake. It's not real. You know, it's not like you're watching Johnette Napolitano singing "Still in Hollywood" off Concrete Blonde's first record. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, where there's it's all surfacey, it's all artifice, and that's fine, and I like that. Pop music has always been artificial, but there's just something about it now that there's like this weird disconnect, and maybe it's just because I'm old.
No, it is actually true. I mean, I just know that you know, promoters are looking for that band. They're looking for this band to emerge. And you mentioned Greta Van Fleet, and you know, we talked about it. And you know, the other thing about that band is that, you know, obviously the lead singer kind of looks like, you know, or sounds like, you know, Robert Plant. In addition to the actual band making music that sounds, you know, Led Zeppelin-ish, his voice kind of sounds like Robert Plant's
But they've got
voice.
sex appeal. You know, I there was a kid named Barty Martin. He lived around the corner from me in my neighborhood, like literally, and he was in the band Candlebox. And Kevin Martin, it was Barty Martin and Kevin Martin. They were not related. They went to my high school. And I remember hearing off their Candlebox's first album, there's a song called You. And I love that song. Like the first time I heard it, I was like, oh my God. You know, this was great, but it had a, you know, an underlying eroticism to it, the whole progression, the chord progressions and everything. And I listen to this music now and it's all impressive and all that, but I'm like, I guess, you know, now that pornography is readily available at the click of a keystroke, does rock and roll not need it anymore? Do they figure like, well, you know, we don't need it because you can go to the internet and get that? Whereas rock and roll used to be the promise, you know, it was that promise of action and adventure somewhere. And now, well, I can just go to a website and find that. When you used to have to go out into the world, man, and you had to be galvanized and energized by rock and roll, man. Fucking rock and roll, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. But that's exactly it, is that, you know, with Greta Van Fleet, which I like I listen to them and I think they're great and it's fun to listen to them. It's just that, you know, I don't want to hear another band that sounds like Guns N' Roses.
I don't either.
But yet we're willing to, you know, and it's fine that they have the similarity to you know, Robert Plant and everything. But it's just, as far as I'm concerned, and it's flattering. Like, it's flattering to hear a band do that. But,
by the way, I just want to say to Whining Peen, you do not know the joy of that, son. Just saying. Just saying, Whining Peen, you don't knock it till you tried it.
I have to wonder, you know, while they were influenced by that band, why not just go ahead and create your own sound? So, you know, maybe their own sound is incredibly similar to previous musicians, but,
yeah,
you know, considering all the bands that we used to listen to, all the rock bands that used to come out, you know, why should it be any different now? You know, should it be any different in regards to emerging bands and unique sounds? So as far as I'm concerned, you know, the potential for it is there, but until we get that emerging band, it has to be a band that sounds original. It can't be like, as far as I'm concerned, what Greta Van Fleet is doing, even though they're really good. Like, they're a really good band.
I think so too, but I have to say, like, one of my favorite YouTubers is a guy named Davey504. You know, he's a bass player, and he's clearly an incredibly gifted bass player. But I'm like, why are you on YouTube? I mean, I understand he's making a shit ton of money. He's got almost 10 million subscribers. He's reaching the world. And I look at his musical prowess, and I'm like, I like his videos. What's up? Slappers. I mean, I've watched so many of his videos. I really like him, but I'm like, I would love to go to a concert and watch him play.
Right.
You know, and And you see like he pays musicians on Fiverr to like beatbox to his bass lines or something, and I'm like, I love that stuff, but I'm like, he's a great musician, and his technically seems to be pretty terrific, but I'm like, I would love to see him. Like, I feel like what you should do is go to all these different YouTube channels and find all the great musicians on YouTube and throw together this amazing band. And you know what they would all tell you? We're not going to tour. We make a lot more money doing our YouTube shows than we could ever make touring the world. So why bother? And it's strange to me, and I couldn't argue with that from an economic incentive. But there's a lot of really talented musicians on YouTube. I mean, I love when Davey 504 will get into a bass battle with someone else or play, and he's finding these amazing, musicians. Or I look at like Hans Zimmer when he takes his act on the road, and he's got like Tina Guo, like this smoking hot Chinese girl that plays the electric cello, the electric bass. I'm looking at her, I'm like, I want to go to a fucking concert and watch that shit. I don't want her just to be playing the theme to Inception or Time from Inception, which is awesome, or the Wonder Woman theme, which is awesome. But I feel like I would love to take 10 of my favorite YouTube musicians and put them together with a great, like, get Mark Ronson or somebody, or a great producer, and be like, okay, here's what I want, But that's why I'm excited for the new Duran Duran record, because they bring in all these cool producers. And everyone gets, Duran Duran has collaborated with Mark Ronson, Justin Timberlake, Timbaland. I mean, they bring in all these different people to record their music now, to produce their music. They're like, yeah, like when Daft Punk did their record and collaborated with people like Giorgio Moroder or something. I mean, that was amazing. And I love that, and I want more of that. And does our society look at music the same way?
I think they do, but what's happened is that I think that they've become more accustomed to pulling up songs that are familiar, and perhaps the step into the unfamiliar is uncomfortable. And maybe we've seen a trend of that just in entertainment in general.
Yep.
People are always saying, why do they always go back to these, why are they remaking all these old films? And, part of it might also be that it's more comfortable to do that rather than take a chance on something new. But, it was all about taking chances on something new when we were listening to rock music initially, because there were so many bands that would be introduced. And, and it was a steady influx of talent, a steady influx of rock bands that you would constantly see every year, new ones popping up. Sometimes they would make it and sometimes they wouldn't. But, you needed that influx of talent in order to support, the thrive, in order for the genre to thrive. And it did thrive because we got so many different bands at that moment, and it was really important to even have that. You mentioned Guns N' Roses' look and how they had a very distinct look, maybe somewhat different from a lot of the other bands. Maybe they were more Motley Crue looking than Motley Crue looked, but I think that the overall the what it takes to produce a rock band might involve a different technical work than what it might take to produce other types of music. And you mentioned the importance of a front runner in a band. Like in the example that I would use, I would pick David Lee Roth, and how he just kind of pushed the Van Halen to another level. The brothers were incredibly talented, and I could have seen, like, if they were young kids now, they'd be on YouTube, like, making music that everybody would be so fascinated by. But they would need somebody like David Lee Roth to catapult them to the level of stardom and excitement, and bring out the excitement in their music. They needed the character. Axl Rose isn't just a singer. He's the person who propels, Guns N' Roses music to the level, and it is actual work. It's an actual talent. And,
Well, his voice,
perhaps,
I mean, his voice was unique.
perhaps it's more important in rock bands than in any other type of music.
No, I agree. Now, listen, should we bring someone else on, like a viewer to come? I did fire off. So for those of you who don't know, if you have a camera and a good microphone, you can join and myself on this show.
Yes.
I'm going to drop in the link, and we'll have you on the show. And just remember, you have to be witty and as amazingly insightful and intelligent as is, or
thank you.
you'll embarrass yourself in front of her. Come on now. So it's funny because I put that out. No one was taking the bait. Now, Sheriff Carl, my friend in the PNW, says Mother Love Bone is my favorite band ever.
Yes.
I practice in their old rehearsal space, which is still a gnarly old dump right here in Ballard. Thank God it's still there.
Wow.
Love rock awaits you, people. 333, whatever that means. S Beam sends in a super chat. That show you did with S Beam is going to drop soon.
Yes.
Sonny Dominguez, by the way, thank you, Sonny, for coming out and singing Tango Shalom.
Sonny.
Sonny says, howdy, classic rock vibes. Ever heard of Rival Sons, Feral Roots, and Shooting Stars are my favorite songs? Does music affect you differently sober and having drinks and drugs? Any song examples of new discoveries or revelations made in an altered state? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm surprised no one's jumped on.
I'm surprised no one has asked a question like that before.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Were there like did you like to like smoke out and put on an album and just not that you ever smoked out. I mean, perhaps you do not. You don't partake of the Mary Jane.
I don't partake.
Did you
Robert,
as a youth?
No, but I have partaked in alcohol consumption.
You never.
No, I mean I've had tons of people offer it to me, but it wasn't something that I gravitated toward, which is fine. Like,
did you ever snort like fatty rails and get gacked to the gills and listen, rush, rush, oh the yayo? You didn't do that?
No, I haven't. But I don't.
No Tony Montana Mountains of the. No.
No, I haven't, and I don't begrudge anyone who does. Like,
so I guess I shouldn't ask you if you're mixing heroin and cocaine and doing speedballs.
No, not at all. No. But I don't begrudge anyone who does. Just stay safe. Test what you're using before you use.
What about ecstasy? You listen to you do some great ecstasy and like. No,
I don't need it, Robert.
Come on, EDM girl. You come on. You never like Tiesto comes to town and you don't get some.
I don't need it, Robert. I already have enough energy for an entire stadium.
Well, I only say because I just want to make sure that Sonny is getting his money's worth for his tip. He asked if we were ever in an altered state.
Yes, I have drank a little too much occasionally, and was in an altered state, and Well,
thank God. It says apparently that this that it's full, that people can't get on here.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why I had a problem when I was.
Hang on a second. Let me disconnect. I'm going to disconnect and come and jump. I'm going to disconnect and you jump back on. If I send the disconnect. Yeah, I'm going to disconnect from you and disconnect from the whole thing and then come back. Just come back on like you just did. I'm just going to clear. I'm just clearing the cache. I think it might have something to do with the cache of the actual Wirecast software. So I'm going to disconnect. And I'm going to reconnect to I'm going to start a session. I'm going to create a new session. That's what I'll do. Click to copy. Okay. So I've got a new session. I'm gonna send it out. So first of all, I'm gonna send it to I'm gonna send you a new session via email. Right? Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna send it to so she can get back here. A new session. Okay, and now I'll fire that off to So she's got it. And I'll tell her to check her email. Check email. Hang on. Check email. Check email. Let's see. Still says session is full. How do I clear that? And let's see if anyone can come on now. If you can, that would be fantastic. Oh my God. Now, you know what? Let me just say, hopefully somebody will come back. If not, I'll keep going. Glenn Mark. Kia ora, guys. Became a member today. Yahoo. Rob downloaded the app Old Movies in the run-up to Del Toro's new project. They have Nightmare Alley. Wow. First of all, Glenn Mark, can I just talk about... So I spent a long time in New Zealand working on Lord of the Rings and Chronicles of Narnia. And one of my favorite New Zealand bands by far is Fat Freddy's Drop. You want to get altered? Fat Freddy's Drop, man. Let me tell you, Fat Freddy's Drop is the band. And that's the way you want to be. You want to be that. And it's amazing. Wow, everyone's jumping on, but I can't get Rita back. Back. Oops. So, Tom, hang on, Tom. I got to let you go. Tom, hold up. I got to let you go because I'm trying to get RM back. I don't know. I'm trying to get her back. Hang on. Everyone, S-Beam. Hang on. Wait. I'm trying to get... oh, you're not there anyway. I'm trying to get Rita back. Back. God damn it, Darren. Everyone's coming on. Everyone's like in a line to come here. Wait, hang on. I've got to get my co-host back. Ah, she's back. That was really tough. There's plenty of people now. I got Donnie. I haven't seen Donnie. Donnie has not been here in a while. Hang on. This is great to see Donnie back. So for those of you who might not have been part of the Midnighter, Donnie was a regular. I haven't seen Donnie in fucking months. Hang on. It's gonna be a joy. Let me get back on. Let me get Donnie back on. Donnie's one of my favorite people in the world. I haven't seen him in a while, and we're gonna bring him on. I think Donnie has some definite. Donnie's got some. You know what? Call me crazy, but I am willing to bet that Donnie has some interesting observations about rock. Let me just hang on. Let me put him in. I can't believe it. I'm so excited, Donnie, that you're here. Honestly, you have no idea how fun it is to have you back. Let me put you in. Because, listen, man, Donnie is the life of the party. You'll see. Yeah, he's getting to be the life of the party right now, too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Wait, you should hold up until we're actually live. Because it'll be fun. Hang on, I'm changing it up so I can bring you in. Oh, this is fun. Now we've got it working. Now it's a party. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, however you identify across these 28 known galaxies, Donnie from the Great White North. Welcome to Midnight Metal, sir. Oh, I bet we can't hear you. We cannot hear you.
Does he have his mic on?
We can't hear. I can see you, but we can't hear you. Hang on. It's okay. We'll wait. We'll get back. Have you met Donnie before?
I haven't. But I have seen him many times.
Oh, well, you're going to meet him. He's the best. We still can't hear you. I don't know why. It's okay. No one can see you. Don't worry. Fix the problem. I'm willing to wait, Donnie. I want to bring you on.
Someone in the chat said that Midnight Oil is their favorite New Zealand band.
Midnight Oil?
Yes.
That's an Australian band. Peter
Did
Garrett.
I read it wrong? I might have read it wrong.
No, I don't think you did. Hang on, wait. Hang on, Richard. Hang on. We got.
Oh yeah, it says New Zealand.
Hang on. We got. Hang on.
Hey,
Wait. We got to get Donnie back. Tom, hang on. You guys got to wait. Damn it. Everyone. How did this? I didn't even know this thing. Oh shit. Wow. Apparently everyone's trying to get back here. I want to get everyone. Well, just hold on. Hang on, everybody. All the regulars, just hold on. Let me get Rita. Back. Hang on. This is my problem. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. So, come back. Come back now. Oh, I still can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Nope. Here, hang on. Just come back. We'll come back. Don't worry. Damn it. Damn it. Everyone's coming in. Please. Please connect again. Damn me. Why you leave me? Ah, now she's back. Thank God. Okay. All is right with the world now. Now whoever comes on next, I hope Donnie comes back. We couldn't hear Donnie. I was kicking all of our regulars out. Richard, I'm sorry I kicked you out too. I just want to get back.
It was good to see Donnie, though.
It was good to see Donnie. Wait, we got to bring Donnie back. So wait, Tom, I want to ask Tom. Tom, can you hold off for a second? We'll bring you back. Okay. Yes. Because I would love you to meet Donnie. I haven't seen, only because I really like Donnie and I haven't seen him in like months because I wasn't doing the Midnighter.
Right.
So, and now I'm doing it once a week and I just haven't seen him in a while. So maybe Donnie, I know. Whining Peens is like, what the fuck is happening? Fail. Everyone's like, fail. I'm kicking everyone off. No. It's fucking metal when it doesn't happen. You know what? I don't know where Donnie is, but we couldn't hear him. Michael Presto is here, and he looks scary and metal to me. So
he looks very metal.
Can we hear you, Michael? Oh, we can hear you. Okay, we're gonna bring you on, Michael. Just hold on. Let me just add you in, and I swear to God, this is gonna be Michael Presto. Yeah, and we will. It's gonna be great. We'll bring you on, and then we'll bring on. By the way, we're gonna bring on a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, a lot of people are gonna come on. It's just we're Michael Presto. Just you know what, or Preston. Now you
yes,
changed.
Michael
Now
Preston.
It's Preston.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, let me fix it. Which I can fix. Hang on. Just give me a minute. So please, talk, please. Say something witty. Tell me about rock and roll as I get Michael Preston ready to come on.
Oh, yeah.
Help me out.
I really like that comment about Midnight Oil, and I don't really hear very much about them anymore, but they were also very influential
Hugely.
around. Yeah, I mean, I think that there were a lot of bands that they reminded me of U2. But they were like a protest band almost because so many of their songs were about giving the land back to the Aboriginal
I
people.
don't serve your country, don't serve your
Yes.
king. No, your customs don't. I mean, white man came, took everything. Or how about oh, the power and the passion. That was off their album 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1 that had all of like Sydney bombed with nuclear.
Yes.
I love that. I love that. By the way, please welcome to the show Michael Preston. Michael, how are you tonight, sir?
No, I'm doing okay. How you doing?
Okay, Michael, you got to tell the folks at home. It's good to see you again, by the way. Where are you coming from?
Agawam, Massachusetts.
Agawam, Massachusetts. Now, the question, Michael, to ask you is, are you fucking feeling metal tonight, Michael? Are you metal tonight? Fuck yeah, dude! Fuck yeah! All right, so then let me ask you the question. How do you feel about the current state of rock and roll? And were you a Guns N' Roses fan?
More of a rock and roll ain't noise pollution. Rock and roll is never gonna die.
All right. So when you were growing up, like when you were in your teen years, what were some of your rock and roll touchstones?
Well, yeah, actually, Guns N' Roses. You're right. Everybody was loving rap, but we loved rock and roll, man.
Well, I mean, I have to say, one of the great things ever was when Run DMC collaborated with Aerosmith. And that was, I mean, that was fucking great. It was
one of the best videos of all times. And I remember hearing about how Run DMC said, "We're not doing this. this is crap. This is a shitty song. And then they're like, I guess their manager convinced them to do it. And they're like, oh, wait, this is great.
And Aerosmith, which, you know, Dream On. They were a great band that had like fallen on hard times. And,
It brought them back to number one.
It brought them back to number one, and then we got Ragdoll, Loving an Elevator. I mean, come on.
Living it up while you're going down.
I mean, you know, don't we all like to go down? But you know, Whining's Peen was like he didn't like certain ways to go down. I'm like, dude, don't knock it till you try. Just say that's what rock and roll is all about. Yeah, but so Michael, let me ask you this. When you were younger, like in your teen years, like you said, Guns N' Roses, did you and your friends, did you guys all listen to the same stuff? And was there a binding force of rock and roll to you?
Like I said, Guns N' Roses was Appetite for Destruction was the biggest album when we were in our teens.
Yeah.
And we used to get into fights. I mean, we're talking like I said, rap was the biggest thing going, and they hated us for loving rock and roll. In fact, we used to have this big Lasonic, it's called Lasonic, boombox that was we just carried with us. And we literally got into fist fights over rock and roll versus rap because it was just becoming one of the biggest things ever known.
Well, I'll tell you, though, you know, I hark back to Radio Raheem from Do the Right Thing with, you know.
Oh, yeah, that was a good movie.
No, Hate with he had his radio, you know, that big, gigantic. I mean, boom boxes were huge.
That was pretty much the size of what we had. We had the big in our hands, on the side of our ears, in a park kind of deal. That actually was true.
Well, let me ask you this. Why do you think that there was, like when I first started hearing rap, I mean, I'd heard Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight, you know, which I liked as a 12-inch. And then, of course, Blondie did a rap song. But then...
She brought rap back for those people. Like, she actually brought rap to the forefront.
I mean, she popularized it. But, I mean, I remember hearing, like I said, I love the first LL Cool J records. And there was a lot of... You know, there was a lot, like, we on the West Coast, we didn't get, when rap and hip-hop was really being popularized in the 70s in New York, like, we didn't have any of that. And I remember...
in the Massachusetts, so I know how that is. It's like, what's that?
Yeah, I mean, I remember in the early 80s, I was going to the Seattle Film Festival, and I saw a movie called Wild Style. That was about, you know, graffiti artists and hip hop and all this. I'm like, wow. Like, I was like, wow. Living in Seattle, I'm like, wow. You know, and it really was eye opening. And what I loved about rap music was the culture. I loved the hip hop culture. I loved because it was something that was completely alien to me that I didn't have when I was a kid. But I also realized I was so far outside of it, I was so far removed from it that I didn't know if I could find an entry into it. You know, as a white Jewish kid on Mercer Island, Washington, upper middle class, I'm like, I don't think I'm ever going to put down a piece of cardboard and learn how to, you know.
Well, Mondo Bizarro mentions the Beastie Boys.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Well, the thing about the Beastie Boys, you know, when License to Ill came out, what was that, 85?
Yeah, it was early. Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw the Beastie Boys live, they opened for Madonna. And they had the mnemonic penis on stage, you know, and that was a big deal. I mean, License to Ill was, of course, look, people always talk about, you want to talk about cultural appropriation, all this, but the Beastie Boys were like punk rockers. They were the real deal, man. And to this day, Paul's Boutique, their second album, is a hip-hop classic. I don't care what you say. The production, Paul's Boutique is one of the great hip-hop records of all time. And the sampling, it's incredible. It starts out, you know, to all the stewardesses flying around the world. I mean, that is a great fucking record. Now, is it as good as Eric B. and Rakim, or is it as good as Wu-Tang Clan, or maybe...
It's a different voice.
Different voice.
It's about hearing different voices in that art form.
Yeah, and of course, the Beastie Boys loved, you know, hip-hop. And the thing is, the Get Down, the Baz Luhrmann series that was on Netflix. It was 2 seasons.
I
The
love
second
that show. It was it went like 2 parts.
yeah, but the first
really
part
well
they were the first part costs. But when you had Cool Herc, DJ Herc, Cool Herc, I mean, the all of those characters were real, and they were that was the genesis of hip hop, and that I love that show. Is that even still on Netflix? I haven't looked. Elizabeth and I loved the Get Down. It was Baz Luhrmann did it, and the second season they actually used animated sequences because they ran out of money, so they couldn't show.
It went basically 2 seasons, and they had to cancel it because it was so expensive.
Yeah,
it's funny how some shows that are period pieces are more expensive than sci-fi epics to make because of coming up with the cars, coming up with the, basically the ruins of New York were difficult.
Yeah, it was difficult, but that show was so good.
And Jimmy Smith was possibly the best character in that show. The uncle who was just basically, he was a criminal, but he was a kind of nice criminal. Yeah,
he was. But I love that. I mean, and I love seeing all the classic, all the classic rap, the genesis of rap, which is what that was, the genesis of hip hop. It was great. And you know what's funny? No one talks about that show. Like it
was a great show.
It disappeared. Like it was 3-4 years ago, and it was
like 10 episodes, 12 episodes, something.
Yeah, but the second half of it, they all like the riots or whatever, and they couldn't.
Oh, and it happened. It actually happened.
Yeah, but they couldn't afford to recreate it because they ran out of money, so they decided, we'll do animated sequences. I'm like, okay, but
Even
so
Will Smith's kid was in that.
What's that?
Will Smith's kid was in that. And he was
he was. He was really good.
Unlike that horrible movie he was in. He was great.
Oh, After Earth?
It's better than people think. Come on.
I'm just saying, in comparison, that show, he showed himself as a good actor.
Yeah, no, he did. I really love that show. I did. I know it was like a phantasmagoria and it's not historically accurate or whatever. I still loved it.
Well, no, I mean, you had, what's his name running around, sliding, I forget, who was with it, Big Annie or Fat Annie, was it?
Yeah.
The guy who the saddest end to a show, obviously it wasn't accurate, like you said. Saddest thing to the show was him having to go, I lost all my friends, and now exactly what she said was going to happen. You're going to have to come back to me and beg to come back to me.
Yeah.
And he did that, and that was it.
But now let me ask you this. How do you feel about, one of the things people laugh about when you go to a rock show now, like all these bands, like if I want to go see Styx, which I loved when I was a kid, they're still touring.
Yes, they are.
And you can go see, not with Dennis DeYoung as a lead singer, but they're still touring. And, Babe, I'm leaving. And I, go see Styx. And still, I feel...
Come sail away.
I feel like I'm sailing away. Set an open course for the Virgin Sea. I feel like if I'm going to go see these bands, I feel like I'm in a mortuary. It's like I'm looking at all these people, which is fine because I'm fucking old too. But like, I still like. I feel like part of the thing about music is it keeps you young. And I always thought like I thought when I was younger because I worked in a store called Silver Platters, which was at one time the largest optical disc retailer in the world. This was in the 80s. Always sold even Tower Records was bigger, but we only sold CDs and Laserdiscs. That was it. And I thought to myself, there's never going to come a time where I'm not going to buy everything on the Rolling Stone top 10 college album charts. I mean, I was like, that's how I'm going to be, man.
I was almost famous. In your 70s, he's certainly not going to be jumping around. So you got to get your own.
That's what Jimmy Fallon said. You got to get what you can, when you can. He was, by the way, he was great in that role. So
I hit
good.
Somebody, I don't know if they're alive or dead, but.
But so now, of course, music has changed. The world has changed. You know, the internet has changed the way people listen to music and radio and all that. So let me ask you this, Michael Preston. Is rock and roll still relevant? Does it have a place today?
All music has a place. It's just where you can hear it. The problem is the older ones are the ones who still matter. A lot of the younger bands don't have their chance anymore.
Why do you think that is?
Once again, because you can't. Once again, because it's changed so much. Gene Simmons said it. He's like, rappers are doing exactly what rock and rollers are doing now. This is how we should be. But rappers are doing it now. They get their money up front. They party like crazy. Their videos are like the way our lives used to be, and now it's to them.
Yeah. Which is, that's pretty cool, actually. I mean, it's a different vibe, but I like the idea that what's interesting about rap though, which is necessary. I think that the thing about rap is, if you look at like gangster rap, it's about a lifestyle, you know. And
I'm not a big fan of gangster rap. I'm a fan of more of the '80s rap, like Slick Rick and
old school rap. You like old school rap?
Yeah. Like LL Cool J. I'm the type of guy. And,
I
like this one. The Rain.
Rock the Bells.
And him walking in the rain. That was a good one. Probably never even heard of that one.
Cold last night, and I never feel the same.
You knew it. That was awesome.
Come on.
I saw you and him.
You about me. You're like,
well, you know what's funny though what's funny was that his albums were fun. You know, there was the difference between, I think what's interesting is that a lot of rap became protest music. You know, I remember hearing NWA's when NWA's first album hit, I'm like, wow. I mean, this was protest music, and this was a true Rage Against the Machine. You know, where I mean, at first rap music was kind of, it was fun and light, and but then when you heard,
to bring it back to the show we talked about, Rapper's Delight, and this is the greatest statement on the last episode of the show, and this is the first rap song that used absolutely no mixers. It just used the instrumentals, and I forget the character's name. Was like, this will never happen. It'll never be like this. Rapper's Delight was one of the most successful raps of all time, and it used no, like you said, mixers, no scratching, no
nothing. No,
it was straight up rap. It was just straight up.
But it was also palatable to the white folk too.
And it was how it started for a lot of them, because you would have, you know, a DJ or somebody behind the records, and then somebody would just have a microphone, and they would just get up and rap and go, and there was that was it. It was just straight on an attention, you know, session.
But it was, the thing about Rapper's Delight is it was seen as like the most pablum, it was for everybody. And what I loved about like NWA, again, something that happened when I was living in LA, and to me it was like 60s protest music, because it was exactly what was going on. People were fucking dying, you know, in the streets. And
Children's Song, that was one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember what that is, but
yeah, no, and
one of the most, like, hey, this is people dying and killing each other.
Everything changed. I mean, it was really interesting that the 80s music was fun. Like, what I loved about you could listen to, I could buy The Cure, The Cult, Berlin, Prince, New Order, Huey Lewis and the News, you know, whatever. You'd have a wide gamut of music, but it was all fun and kind of joyous. But then, as you pointed out, when grunge took hold and rap became protest music, when what was really going on, in the late 80s, early 90s, it changed. And rock and roll suddenly became, the 80s were fun. The 80s were like, it's the party decade, man. We got the fashion. Even Miami Vice, yeah, they're busting the cops. It might be the drug war, but hey, man, we're wearing pastels, man. And I'm driving my Testarossa
with t-shirts.
Yeah, I mean,
You rock the white suit, man.
Yes,
it was it, and then both. I think as a response, you had hip hop and grunge really changed the musical landscape because they both started to get in touch with what was going on in society. And that was part of it too. So, well, listen, Michael, I want to thank you for coming on. I'm going to rotate you out, see who else is here. It's good to see you again, sir.
Quick question, though.
Yes, sir.
Go. Did you see the first of the Foundation trilogy yet?
Dude, that shit fucking rules.
I liked it a lot. They kind of gave it bad reviews, but I liked it.
People, I don't know who's giving it bad reviews. That first of all, it was epic. I have to tell you. I mean, Elizabeth fell asleep, and I'm looking. I'm just like, oh my god. I mean, she was tired, so because she was in school all day, but she was watching it. She watched the rest of it today, and she's like, that shit rules. I'm like, it's so smart. It's so I can't Lee Pace rules. I can't wait. Now, yeah, there's gender swapping, and they've changed the leaders of Trantor. I get it. They've changed. Loved it all. We'll see where it goes.
I loved him talking to his son the whole time, and just going with so son.
Loved
going,
it.
Hey, how would you think of this? Oh, wait, this is an allegory, or that. The way they did that, he just was training his son like, this is how you're going to roll someday.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is, I only watched the first episode, and I'm like, my God, it looked like it cost $200 million. Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
Is it
on Apple TV?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's first rate for what it is. I can't wait to see where it goes. And it sucks I can't binge the whole thing, but I was incredibly impressed. Incredibly impressed. Looking very forward to the rest. Well, sir, thank you for being here, Michael.
Thank you for coming on, Michael.
Not a problem, man. Can't wait to see Tango Shalom when it's in my area, man.
Well, you know who's in your area? Blackpink is in my area. No, I'm just kidding. Tango Shalom will be available on VOD on October 29th.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to see it in the theater. But
I know, I wish, but the problem is October, we only have 1 week left. October is a murderer's row of movies. Dune, No Time to Die, Halloween Kills, Venom versus Venom, Let There Be Carnage.
Let There Be Carnage, yeah.
Brutal. We had a month window. We took it.
Yeah.
And we're still in theaters now. If you live you can go to Columbus, Ohio and see
it. I'm in Western Mass, man.
I know.
You come down to New York and see it.
Yeah.
No, my sister is on Broadway in New York, so maybe.
Well, tell your sister to go see it.
I actually have told her.
Oh, tell her to go see it. Well, thanks for being here, man.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good to see you.
And Robert, we have 2 super chats.
We do. We got more super chats. I've missed a few. I asked. Oh, we never answered Sonny Dominguez's song about being altered. Now we got Captain Robert coming back in. Captain Robert April. This should be interesting. I'm sure he has a lot to say if he's here.
Yes.
Although I don't see him.
I don't see him either. But maybe he'll pop up in a second.
He might pop up. We'll give him a chance. Altered. I have to say, to be honest, my favorite experiences in terms of being altered, in the aughts when I was married. My ex-wife and I, we got the best ecstasy in LA. Mm-hmm. Now I won't get into it about that, but we did. And anyone who knew us at that time would tell you it's true. And I used to love to go see EDM shows. Mm-hmm. And being on it. And by the way, they're probably going to legalize ecstasy again because they've been doing a lot. Ecstasy was legal until 1986, and then it was declared a Schedule 1 narcotic the same way as heroin and cocaine, which is ridiculous because ecstasy was it was created in 1913 by a German pharmaceutical company, and it's not like cocaine or heroin. Because for those of you who don't know, what ecstasy does, it only does one thing. It takes the serotonin that's in your body and dumps it, which is given to you in drips and dribbles. It dumps it all at once. It just lets it all out of your body. Now, not quite all of it, a little bit. So you can't keep taking ecstasy and you can only do it once or maybe twice. So 1 or 2 pills. And that's it. You can't, and by the way, if you're going to do ecstasy, you can't drink. No drinking.
Right.
If you really want to have the experience, and let me tell you, not as a drug advocate, but and remember, this is the problem with all drugs. They're all full of garbage. You can't trust anyone. The people that we knew in the early 80s, or the early aughts, impeccable.
Nowadays, very lucky because now you have to test everything.
Nowadays, there's phenol. That's why Michael died. Phenol's in his cocaine. You can't. I would not buy drugs from anyone I didn't know. You have to vet them all. But because MDMA is being used to treat PTSD in soldiers and all that, maybe it'll get legalized. And I'll tell you, if you can get pure MDMA, would actually be of great benefit. All this, but the thing is, you can only use it once or twice. You can only use it once every 2 weeks. People never understood this, but whatever. You gotta. But I only know that because I did a lot of research.
And the super chats keep coming in, Robert.
Oh, hang on. 200 Watt Studio says, I've got my Thing US and Escape from UK 4K box. Disappointed that the Thing only has one soundtrack. Would have liked the original stereo mix. Escape look a little on the pastel side. What do you think? Interesting. I liked them. I thought they were good. Now, what you're talking about, so what 200 Watt Studio is talking about, this is more of a Let's Get Physical Media question, but since you asked it on the show, I'll tell you. I do have my Thing here. So Studio Canal released 4 box sets of John Carpenter films. They released The Fog, Escape from New York, Prince of Darkness, and They Live. Now, Universal released The Thing, but they copied Studio Canal's box, and you'll see this on Sundays, Let's Get Physical Media. And look, the movies that you're talking about, I didn't think Escape looked a little on the pastel side. It just looked like how it was. I mean, it was shot, it came out in 1981. I thought all 4 of those discs looked great. They're only going to look as good as they could. But yeah, it's a little pastel-y because of the way it was done. A lot of the optical effects too, the way it was shot anamorphically. But I think it's great. I'm a big fan of what they did. Glenn Mark, I already talked about that. Glenn Mark says, Kia ora, guys. Glenn Mark comes from New Zealand. Became a member today. Yahoo! Thanks for becoming a member.
Hi.
Rob, I downloaded the app Old Movies in the run-up to Del Toro's new project. They have Nightmare Alley. Nightmare Alley is Guillermo del Toro's new film. It is a remake of a film that I think came out in 1947.
Oh.
About a con artist that it's Bradley Cooper plays. I can't wait to see it. And you know what, Glenn Mark? Good for you. You gotta watch that. Check it out. Report back. He is in New Zealand. That's why Kia ora, mate, is Maori. And let me just say, Glenn Mark, please, I hope they still make it. Monteith's Black was one of my favorite New Zealand beers, and you can't get it in the United States. They have horrible import taxes because we do not let the New Zealanders do not let, or Aotearoa do not let American nuclear vessels dock because they have a no nukes policy. God bless New Zealand. I spent 3 years there, and I love New Zealand. I'm sorry, all the American or the billionaires are building like their suicide or nuclear bunkers in New Zealand, but whatever, as long as people get money. Twin Flicks says, anyone remember Gorky Park? Bang! Well, there's the band, the movie, and the bar that used to be here in LA. It's gone now. Yeah. That's very funny. That's a good one. Good poll. Norwegian Kryptonian says, have any of you ever seen Roger Waters' The Wall live? I have never had that, but I do own 2 different versions of the live concert. One of them's on Blu-ray, shot very well, and it's amazing, but I wasn't there. Have you seen Roger Waters live?
I have. I have. I've seen Roger Waters live, The Wall, the whole show, and I took my best friend, who's a huge Pink Floyd fan, to see it as a surprise. And
wow.
Yeah, and Robert, I have to say, I've been to many concerts in my lifetime, many, and I've watched The Wall, like I've watched it on TV and everything, but the concert experience for The Wall was it was probably the best show I've ever been to in my entire life.
See, I love The Wall, and I love Alan Parker's film. I've got 2 bootleg versions of it on Blu-ray. I wish why it's clearly a Roger Waters issue. Why that film is not, right. Alan Parker is no longer with us. Why that movie is not out. It's one of the great music movies ever made. And it should be in 4K and Dolby Atmos, and I don't get it. I should have seen it. The fact that I haven't seen it.
Robert, if you ever get a chance to see The Wall, if you ever get a chance to see it in a concert experience with Roger Waters, you need to go and see it before anything else happens in your life. Get tickets to it and go to that performance. It was, I knew it was going to be good, but I didn't know it was going to be that good. And I still remember the day going and how amazing it was. And I had really close seats to the front of the stage. So that was also great. But the people around me were fantastic. The whole experience, Robert, was amazing.
Wait a minute. People are saying that they can't get into the stream. We had Robert April was Captain Robert April kept coming into the stream, and he came in a lot, so I don't know why.
The system's been a little testy tonight, Robert.
It's been testy. I don't know why. It usually isn't. It might be various issues. I hope people. I don't know. Nope. Michael Elliott's here.
Oh.
See if Michael Elliott's actually here. Michael Elliott.
Hi.
Oh my God.
Michael, how are
As
you?
I live and breathe, this is gonna be fun. We gotta. Michael. Michael Elliott's somebody who I met on Midnight Metal. Hang on, let me bring in. What a treat this is. Can you hear us, sir? We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, but
that's okay.
We want to hear you, Michael.
I don't know why. Oh no, Michael's got to come on the show. This is.
Yes.
So Michael, I don't know.
I definitely got to get his opinion.
I don't know why we can't hear you yet, but we will. And there's probably just a thing you have to switch over or something. But we'll do it because, man.
Oh my gosh, it's so great to see him.
It's so good to see him. I'm very excited that Michael Elliott's going to come on the show. Wow, it's like I'd forgotten, man, how many people I've missed. I've missed seeing. Wow, and it's good because I got time to get Michael Elliott back in the game.
Yeah.
Let's see. Put him in, but we can still talk as I get Michael Elliott in. Please continue to pontificate about Pink Floyd.
You have to see it. I knew it was going to be an incredible experience. The tickets were very pricey, but it didn't matter because I knew that this was going to be an experience of a lifetime. So we went, and the people who like Pink Floyd fans are the best fans in the world. Everybody was cool. Oh, yeah. They were offering us stuff. It was beautiful. Like, it was incredible. And everybody was like, well, where are you from? And I'm like, oh, I'm from New York. I saw it at, where did I see it in? I think it was at, I actually looked it up because it was in 2010 when I saw it.
Yeah.
and they went on tour then, and I saw it at where did I see it? Nassau Coliseum in New York.
Okay.
And it was just incredible. I was in the 10th row, seats 7 and 8, and
holy shit! How much do those tickets cost?
It was pricey, Robert.
Pricey.
They were the most expensive tickets I've ever bought, Robert.
Wow! But you bought them for a friend.
Yes, and
okay. Let me ask you. So I got to tell you, Dead Can Dance is coming to LA, and a 4AD band. I'm a huge fan of Michael.
Oh no,
wait,
Michael,
no! Wait, you can fix it. Hang on.
Fix it, Michael?
We'll wait. There's just got to be something switched over.
Yeah,
it's maybe we'll wait. There's just a button not switched. Wait, we will wait for you,
he's
sir.
He's been on the show before.
Yes,
so.
And we will wait for you. Just I know it works because it's worked before. It's gonna work. Take your time. We will talk. So yes. Dead Can Dance is coming, and I was looking at like tickets. I've never seen Dead Can Dance. I'm a fanatical Lisa Gerrard. I mean, I have all the actually. There's not a lot of. Well, there is. And there are 4, like I was obsessed with the record label 4AD, and Ivo Watts Russell, and there's even a whole book. I even have a whole book about 4AD, and I mean they're Cocteau Twins, early Bauhaus, modern English, a clan of Zymox. The 80s to me, oh my God,
Michael.
There he is. Oh my God, Michael Elliott. Fuck yes, sir. Welcome to Midnight Metal, Michael Elliott.
I can't tell you how excited I am to get back.
God damn, son, not as excited as we are. First of all, Michael, can I just say, you were when I saw you the first time, but you must be the coolest motherfucker that's ever been on this show. Come on. What's up?
Stop it, Rob.
Come on, man. Look at the white mohawk, dude. Come on.
Yes.
Look at the glasses.
Yes.
Like, look at the glasses, dude.
Oh, bro.
Come on, man. No, okay, Michael, here's somebody.
You really know how to flatter a guy.
Well, you flatter me for being on the show. I'm sure like, what's your number? Now, hang on. Here's the thing. Now, let me ask you this. As somebody who is... I think this subject matter you would have some unique insight into.
Yes.
So, we talk about rock and roll all night. I would ask you, where do you think rock and roll stands in our culture now? Does it even have any relevance? And how do you see rock and roll moving forward into the future?
Rock and roll will never die. just like every genre of music that's ever been created. I mean, I actually sit back every once in a while and I listen to ancient Egyptian music.
Is there any way you can goose your volume a little bit?
Sure. Let's try this. How about now?
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's some Barry White shit you just did to me right there.
Well, I'm actually going into the yellow. I'm going a little high on this end, but if it's coming through,
little hot.
Great.
Just take it down a little bit, just a tiny.
Okay. All right. Let me know. How's that?
That's good. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, rock and roll never die. Like I said, I listen to ancient Egyptian music, play it on traditional instruments. How old is that? People are listening to classical music. How old is that? People are listening to bluegrass. How old is that? And on and on and on. Rock and roll may never have the cultural status that it once had, but it's not going anywhere. It's not.
But do you think that, like, look, I'm a huge jazz fan, and I see almost jazz as not even a part of the discussion. And I wanted to be Miles Davis when I was in the 7th grade. I wanted Bitches Brew, but I didn't know that it was a kind of blue that I wanted to be, but I had heard Bitches Brew. And I saw Miles Davis once in my life, and it was on the Tutu tour, and he covered Scritti Politi's "Perfect Way" on that record. There is a perfect way, but Miles Davis was that's on that album.
Oh, that's right.
And that was Miles Davis. I mean, that was Desmond Tutu, and he was covering Scritti fucking Politi, and I was like, oh my god. And I to me, I talk about Miles Davis, and people look at me like what are you talking about? And I it's such a strange thing to me, and I just wonder, if rock and roll, not that rock and roll will ever suffer the same fate. I mean, jazz is different. Jazz is truly, maybe jazz and rock and roll are the two unique musical American art forms, and maybe hip hop as well. Hip hop, jazz, rock and roll are American inventions. They have, of course, they have their roots in other places, but those three art forms are uniquely American, and we exported them to the world.
Absolutely. They are bred and raised in the great U.S. of A. You were talking earlier in the conversation about bands who are kind of trying to keep it alive, because I think Greta Van Fleet, they're awesome.
They are awesome.
I mean, and they're so young, but the power in that young man's voice and the musicianship that these guys have, it's phenomenal. I love it to death. I just don't have the same negative look about music and the industry as a lot of the world, because I don't know. I just see so many things, and I don't understand how people can be so blind as to what's going on in music. It's right in your home. The internet is. I have discovered so many new bands in the last, not even 10. The internet's been around, but within the last 5, and then within the last 2 since the
COVID.
Right.
The talent out here is unbelievable, and the amount of it is unbelievable. If you're not being entertained by music or the industry today, you're sitting at home with blinders on. You don't even have your computer on. You're not doing anything, because I can't see how you can get away from it.
Well, let me ask you this. I feel you. I think that's exactly. There is an incredible amount of talent. I watch people. You watch their streams, and there's people in their homes who are incredible musicians who are playing. I forget this girl's name. She's been doing videos for like 20 years or something, but she plays songs just on her guitar, and she fucking shreds. Like, she does different songs, and I'm like in her house, and I think to myself, I'm like, which is great, but I want to see. It's like I want to bring the Avengers of YouTube musicians together, and put them all together. And if I had money, if I was rich, if I won the lottery, I would do that. I would just go pluck a bunch of YouTube musicians, and I would bring them to a place, and I'm like, okay, I know you guys don't know each other, and I know the modern age, everyone can't even speak because we've all been online, so it's like, I want to galvanize you all, and we're gonna forge you into a band, and I feel like you said, during COVID, there's so many great people out there. There's so much great musicianship out there. But our people aren't getting together and playing in a garage. Like, I come from Seattle, the garage is open, the rain is coming down, they're wearing their flannel because it's warm, but it lets them move, and they're fucking doing some fucking shredding and making the new Pearl Jam 2 album, whatever. Mm-hmm. Are we ever going to get back to that?
I see, the hardest thing for me to predict is where instrumentation is going. As far as the human, experience with music, I don't think that'll ever change. The experience of it. Now, and what I mean by the experience of it is I'm talking about what it does for you inside.
Yeah.
How it's delivered, hard to say. Will a guitar be so archaic, in the next 50 years that, very few will be playing it? I can't see that happening. But then again, there's a lot of things technologically just waiting right around the corner, Rob, and it's gonna continue to blow us away.
Yeah.
Over and over. Things are going to get more virtual. That's just where it's going.
Can you imagine what musicians are going to be able to do with AI? When, I read an article where Bear McCreary says his theme for the new Foundation series, which, by the way, I thought it was amazing. The first episode, I loved it. He said it can't be played by human beings. And I was like, wow. Now, isn't it interesting that, AI can only do what we tell it to do. And if you are an interesting musician that is like, I can only imagine. My love of Prince is unsurpassed by anyone. But can you imagine if Prince had an AI computer, and all he would do is he'd spend his days playing all the instruments he played into a computer, into an AI, and program it to sequence the way he wanted it?
Oh my goodness!
What he would have done?
Even imagine.
And that's where things are going. It is the fusion of technology and humanity that is our future, and that's why, if I can just put this in, I hate modern Star Trek so much, because there is none of that. Not only do they have now racially and sexually segregated their characters, like push them all aside, but there is no understanding of how modern technology and humanism and humanity, like a Star Trek future 1,000 years from now would be a transhuman future. Like if you wanted to change your gender today with the surgical technology and what they could do with transporter, imagine applying transporter technology to surgery, where you could just beam in organs and immediately, if you wanted to be a woman today, you could. And in a universe where Spock's parents are an interspecies marriage, how fucked up would that be? Like nowadays, oh my God, you're having sex with an alien. And modern Star Trek, the people making it don't get this. They don't understand. Star Trek was so stealthily progressive, where you had Spock's parents. It's not people are like, well, he's half human and half Vulcan. I'm like, imagine today if you explained to somebody that you were going to procreate with an extraterrestrial. Can you imagine? We people on this planet can't even get their act together about. I watched a woman on YouTube said we all have to stand 6 feet apart because that's what Satan does. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? My God, bring the solar flare, wipe off the face of the planet now. It's crazy. We have so much talent. And there's so much amazing shit people can do. Mm-hmm. What I don't understand is why aren't we celebrating this? Rock and roll. I really believe if you think about the great guitar riffs of all... Let me ask you, Michael. Mm-hmm. Give me 3 songs, randomly, doesn't matter what they are, 3 songs that have electric or rock and roll guitar riffs that you think are indelible, that most, I would say if 1 billion people across this planet heard them, every one of those 1 billion people would know the name of the song.
All right.
Yeah. Give me 3.
Life in the Fast Lane.
Oh.
And yeah, that just jumped straight into my head.
He was a hard-headed man. He was brutally handsome,
handsome.
and she was terminally pretty. She held him up, and he held her for ransom in the heart of the cold, cold city. All right, that's a good one. Nasty reputation as a cruel dude.
You got it right. He didn't say cruel dude. He said a cruel.
A cruel dude. They had one thing in common. They were good in bed. Yeah. All right. That's a good one. By the way, great choice. And that has a very specific sound, like a reverb, or what was put onto that guitar riff? So it's fuzzy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he probably used a fuzz pedal. You know, he got pedals to do that.
I mean, can we talk about the Eagle of Life in the Fast Lane? Do you know when the first time I heard that song was? I was given the soundtrack to a movie called FM.
Oh yes.
A double album, and right on the heels of Saturday Night Fever, one of my relatives gave me the FM soundtrack, and it had like Linda Ronstadt, it had Foreigner, it had Steely Dan.
Oh,
yeah.
No static at all.
It was that album. I mean, Boz Scaggs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
Down. I mean, come on. My Maserati does 185. I mean, I yeah. So that's one. What's number two?
What about?
See, now I got this up. Go ahead, Arun.
What about Hotel California?
Okay, I was thinking more riffs.
Yeah,
riff.
But
that's a good one because I would say that everyone knows that song. But I was going to make a different point about guitar riffs.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I think Hotel California is more melodic.
Okay.
You know, but a guitar riff, I think there's something primal back down to the first truth about humanity.
Then I'll change it to that song. It's like Smoke on the Water.
That's a good one.
But
it's kind of simple.
Yeah, it's not a riff.
I mean, now here's I would offer this.
Okay.
Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones.
Without question. No, that is absolutely an outstanding choice.
Right?
That's it?
Because when you hear that, there's something, and I think that if you don't know anything about, if an alien, in my mind, if an alien race lands on Earth, and we want to explain humanity, and like Close Encounters, you know, that's fine. We have a musical language. But what we need, if we've only got a couple of notes, and they've got giant weapons of destruction on us, and they're like, you've got 5 minutes to convince us why we shouldn't eradicate humanity from the world. We need to give them something. Like they don't know our concepts. The only thing we have is music.
Right.
I want a fucking master guitar player to walk out on a stage and play a riff. That's what we got. That's what we got. That's what we got to communicate with an alien language to an alien thing. We've got one dude. We've got Buckethead.
What about Van Halen's Jump?
Which one?
Van Halen Jump.
That's not a riff that leads it off, though.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah,
that's a keyboard.
Yeah, because it's dun 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 dun.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like we need one dude. Like I'm telling you, this is why rock and roll will save the world.
Okay.
We need a front man and an axe who's gonna fucking walk out on a stage, and there's going to be an alien armada with guns, ready to disintegrate him or her. Like, I'd send out Tina Guo to play the fucking Wonder Woman theme on that electric. She might win. I mean, she might, whatever that is. If she could, and by the way, no one's going to kill a girl, a beautiful Chinese girl with a fucking electric cello. But when she gets up there, she's going to step up and everyone's going to be like, she's like demure, and the aliens aren't going to know. They don't know she's Chinese. They just see like a human being that we're going to exterminate. She walks out there with her like neon electric clear cello, and she gets up there and just shreds with that fucking boom, fucking And maybe the aliens are like, that's interesting.
Well, the mods are saying, they're saying Van Halen running with the devil, and another person says,
that's a good running with the devil's good.
Sweet Child of Mine that we were talking about earlier.
But here's the thing.
That was great Axl Rose.
Yeah. But I think with a guitar riff, you have 2 seconds.
Right.
And
to hook the person.
Yeah, and it's imagine the alien armada is here. And there are 12-foot tall aliens with disintegration rays, and we're sending out one human being with a fucking guitar.
We got one shot. We got one shot.
and I really honestly and by the way, I'm aware of my Earth privilege. I've grown up on Earth. I'm part of the one race of people on this planet that has been elevated to actually make music. One race, that would be the human race. And if the aliens come down, they don't understand all of our petty differences between colors of skin or where you grew up or your genetic background. They see us all as the same, and they need us gone. We have one person, one human being with one instrument is going to walk up with a fucking huge amplifier and a gigantic bank of the biggest fucking speakers you've ever seen, and they have a couple of seconds to play a riff.
Well, I got something here. Let's imagine front row. Let's imagine Ice Loki, the one from the last
episode of What If.
Yeah.
I want to party with that motherfucker. Come on, man.
Okay.
That guy. And by the way, can we talk about Infinity Gauntlet Ultron? Just a minute. Dude!
Rob, I heard you talking about
I just beheaded my Cyclops. Wait, look.
Oh, cool.
I know.
I heard you talking about it on another... was it Articulate? Well, anyway, you didn't mention... You said Ultron, but did you look even closer? Because it was kind of dark. Did you notice what was inside?
Is it Kang?
Vision was inside him.
Well, no. Vision was there. No, he did have the Infinity Stone.
He didn't have Vision's face? I thought he had his face.
Well, no, he might have been. It might have been, but I was just thinking it was Ultron because they're both connected. I mean, I didn't know. I just said Infinity War. It could have been Vision because in the movie
Rob, that was Ultron. But it almost looked like Vision. Either Ultron took on Vision or Vision took on Ultron and he's inside. I don't know.
No, but I just said Ultron only because, one, I love Ultron. I have a hot toy figure of Ultron.
Yes,
that was Ultron.
and Vision.
But that was Ultron.
Yeah, but in the movie, they're both kind of the same. So they, to me, Vision and Ultron are one or whatever.
I got you.
I just want a hot toy of it. I want it illuminated. I'm like, that shit was so dope. I hope they do a whole thing. And you
Rob,
know, yes, sir.
I know we're talking about music here, but your timing is so perfect. You got to let me do this.
Go, please. I give the floor to you.
I went into a Salvation Army just this week, and because I've been watching other YouTubers, because I've become a collector.
What other
but
YouTubers?
But a passive one. So I'm watching all these channels, and I watch the channels because a lot of these YouTubers are giving me an idea of what's going on in the Targets and the Walmarts as far as action figures, what's coming out, what's being.
Well, wait, can I stop you and ask you, what's your jam? What are you collecting?
Oh, I do Marvel. I do Star Wars, but I also like to do things that aren't necessarily a part of any type of. Like I like to pick up really obscure stuff.
Sure.
If I can find it, things that are like really. Let me show you something.
Oh yeah. See, this is when Midnight Metal gets really good.
Mondo Bizarro says "Paranoid" by Black Sabbath.
Oh,
I like Sabbath.
That Black
Sabbath.
Black Sabbath.
Yeah, this is what's happening to me now. Oh wow!
You know what though? That's actually a great.
Wow.
So that's just a simple 3.4-inch figure, you know. But
That's a great find.
But when I come across really unusual things like this, you know, I just gotta have it.
You got now. Hang on a sec. What? That's a riff on. What is that from?
I have no idea, and that's why I like it.
Maybe somebody in the chat
It's
knows.
good.
Idea.
It looks vaguely. It's not a Gundam figure, but it looks.
No, it isn't.
It looks like is it a Halo? What is that? I love it. I'm with you 100%. So I bought a
And
figure.
the articulation is crazy.
Yeah.
For something that's small.
No, it's great.
Yeah. But that's not what I wanted to show you.
Oh,
Hold on.
Well, please. God, I love this show. This is exactly. I mean, speaking of like, I can't believe though, I just accidentally kicked off my Cyclops.
You decapitated him.
I did, and I'm like, oh my God, where'd he go?
Be careful not to step on that.
No, no, I won't. But I'm like, yeah, I can't. I don't know why I can't.
Am I gone?
No,
Yes.
You're here.
Oh, okay.
Someone says, "Tie your mother down, Queen." Captain Robert April says
That's a good one. That's a good
Let
one.
me tell you that I love Queen, and that song is ripping.
Yeah.
All right, so
that's a great song.
I started off, Rob, collecting. I said I'm only want to do 3 to 4 inch figures because I don't have a big space and I can't afford the large. I can't do all of the bigger companies and everything. So I stick to the Marvel Legends and things like that. But
yeah, but those are Marvel Legends. Yeah, okay.
I collect per my income. But anyway, so I'm in.
Dude, we don't. I'm like, how am I gonna pay
God
for
knows
rent?
you guys don't. Holy cow, Rob, how do you guys afford all this stuff?
Dude, okay. First of all, I got to tell you. So this is the insane shit. So, Martino Simoni, who is a viewer of my channel, he is restoring. He owns Bond cars or whatever. I've never met him, but he's just like a cool dude. He lives on the Swiss-Italian border, and when the Playmobil Enterprise was introduced, like to be honest, I wouldn't have spent the money to buy it. I wouldn't have bought it. It was kind of goofy and super deformed, but also awesome. So what I'm doing, he just sent me the money to buy it.
It's very generous of him.
Incredibly generous, and I'm like, I can't. I'm like, for me, we're not rich. And I'm like, shit, do I need to pay rent or what? I'll use his money. But I'm like, if somebody sends me the money specifically to buy something, I have to order it. I have to order it. I have to order it. There's no choice. You have to order it. And what's funny is it came yesterday or today. Like it showed up. That shit showed up today, man.
Oh my God.
And so what's interesting, so as that I stream with, I do fully articulated with in Hot Toys, Martino contacted him and said, it's not fair if I get him one. I'm getting you one too.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I saw the last episode that you guys did, and I went, "Oh,
Martino."
So I understand what you're going to say. A lot of times you're gifted. I understand that.
Yeah, but for the most part, I have to tell you. I mean, it becomes here's how I make it work. All the shit I buy is on time. It's all on time. Like I figure, you know, if I like Toys Wonderland or even Sideshow, a lot of stuff I buy, it's not going to come out for 2 years. So like I owe $25 this month. I'm like, okay, that's two drinks in LA.
A lot of you guys.
Charlie the Unicorn says Lenny Kravitz's "Fly Away."
Oh, that's pretty good. But you know what? I would say that Fly Away is a derivation of things that have come before. Even though I love Lenny Kravitz.
Plus, I'm not sure Fly Away would be big enough for 1 billion people to recognize.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pat Finch says that the figure that Michael Elliott showed, and I hope this is right, is of Power Armor from the Fallout video game franchise.
Yes, Fallout. It's from or at least that's what it said on the box. Yep.
They might have been lying.
So I'm watching a YouTube channel, and this one guy, he just goes to thrift stores and he's finding Star Wars figures and all these great stuff. I'm like, I go to my doggone Salvation Army. I never come across stuff like this. Next morning, I decide to go to my Salvation Army. Once again, I started out collecting 3.4 to 4, and now I'm of course 6 and 7 because I do Todd McFarlane. His stuff is amazing,
dude. I mean, yeah,
and that borderline 7 and 8, 9 inches. So I'm already going over my.
That's what she said. I know it's such a dumb joke, but I'll do it. Oh, that's some classic Ultron.
It's only a plastic 12-inch figure, but it doesn't matter. One, I need an Ultron.
Yeah.
And two, the detail is great. The sculpt. I mean, this is a good piece of work.
Plus, there you go.
It looks fantastic.
And that's comic. That's comic Ultron.
Yes, and here's the thing. I primarily look for the comic versions of the heroes because I like to find the ones that I grew up as a child on. Unless the face sculpt has to be good. Marvel Legends does that. The last Scarlet Witch is amazing.
Yeah, I have to tell you. So I do this Designing Hollywood podcast, and I recorded the podcast with the Emmy Award-winning costume designer for WandaVision.
Wow!
Who also now so I have been interviewing these costume designers who she's already done Thor: Love and Thunder. And what's really interesting is they do not understand, because they're steeped in their work. They're artists, they're doing their work. They don't know about geek culture. They don't know anything about this. They know nothing about any of this. So I'm interviewing these people, and I'm in a position where I'm like, I am thinking about, I'm like their press agent. I'm like, you can't, I'm thinking about, you can't say these things. So it was really interesting. This woman, she was awesome. She's the first Latina woman that was nominated for an Academy Award for costume design. She was delightful. We're having this conversation, and I know that I'm in a position where I could make her say things that she wouldn't even know what she was saying, and it would be on the internet. Oh my God. But I'm not going to do that. But as a geek, like when the camera's not running, I'm like, so when you were working with Christian Bale as the God Butcher in Thor: Love and Thunder, I'm not going to say what she said because I won't betray her trust. But so what we want, what I think is very cool about what we're getting now as if you're a comic fan or you're a movie fan, isn't it great that we can get various iterations of these characters however we want them?
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
It is a great time to be a fan.
Yeah,
God
folks
damn
having
it.
issues. I like this episode of What If, but I don't like this. They shouldn't do this. They shouldn't do. a lot of people, like I would say, uh, 40 and back, do not have the same relationship with Marvel, DC as those of us, let's say upper 40s, 50s, and forward, because
The ones that are
our
close to death, like me.
yes, because
I'm
our
gonna
our
die soon.
our most intimate childhood moments were the bronze and the golden age of Marvel and DC. So it's going to be dear to our hearts. I, all of the complaints that I wish the general public would just get out of trying to influence directors and movie makers. I wish movie makers would stop listening to the general public. Just make your stuff. If you hate it, you hate it. If you like it, you like it. The general public does not know what it wants. When you give it what it wants, it finds something else
Yeah.
to want more on top of it. So I'm just so turned off by the fact that a lot of the things that are coming out sci-fi wise and comic book wise are getting so much scrutiny when it's just a lot of friggin' fun. That's all it is.
Well,
It's a good point. It's
I
a very good point.
I
I just wanted to say, Tom Jr. Jackson says Layla, and Mondo Bizarro says Voodoo Child.
Ooh, Voodoo Child for sure.
yeah, voodoo, yeah.
That might be
Or
the best. That might be the best one all around.
is that
Go ahead, Rob.
Yes.
By the way, I just want you to know that I've got my 1/6 scale Jimi Hendrix right over there next to Freddie Mercury and John Lennon. I'm
Wow.
getting a Bowie, I'm getting a Bob Marley, and I'm getting Elvis to join my band. Just so you know, my 6 scale band.
See,
But
is that Hot Toys?
well, they're third party figures, but they're all pretty great. They're all pretty great. Like they don't Hot Toys, and I sold this. Hot Toys did do Michael Jackson figures, and they did do a Thriller 2-pack where it came with
Yeah,
Michael.
that's fantastic too.
That's a great one. Michael came with his regular guys and then Zombie Michael, and I sold it, and I was an idiot because my God, see, look at that, That's
Yeah.
Soft goods too.
Cla-
I'm
and
just
that's-
throwing these up because time is of the essence. I don't get to talk much, so you can continue to talk. But just letting you know, I picked
There's
up.
time is not. It's only 2:36. We can go to
Is it?
5 in the
Or
morning.
Where we are, 5:30.
It's only 5:30 here.
Yeah,
Just
like,
letting
hey
you know,
kids, you know.
I picked up all of these guys,
Oh wow, that's a nice haul.
and they were all $2 a piece.
Wow.
How do you? So now I have I've got one, two. Well, I've got one big diorama, and then I've got several, smaller bookshelf ones. Maybe I can grab. You want to see one more?
Bring it. And
Why, yes,
While you're
yes, Michael, we do. The answer before he comes back. I mean,
Yes.
let me. I'm gonna go full screen with you. You and I are let's just do some quick mukbang. Mukbang review sends in a super chat and says, "I first watched First Contact free on YouTube recently. Wow.
Yes.
I watched
Wow.
it. Loved every second and sound. Thoughts? First Contact. Let me just say, I did this week. As you know, I did get my First Contact Picard. This XO6 new 6 scale. This is one fucking great figure.
Yeah, that's a nice figure.
First Contact, I have a problem with it. I think the Next Generation series did a lot more with the Borg than First Contact did, but there's a lot of great moments in First Contact. It's good. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I liked it. We were so lucky to get those films, like that whole period of films. We were spoiled. I mean, when I think of how things are now compared to then, I just realize how lucky we are. So my opinion of them has changed just over what has happened over the last 10 years.
Yeah, my anger. I wrote an article once for Sci-Fi Universe magazine It called Worst Contact. Why First Contact is the worst Star Trek movie. Boy, was I dumb. If I knew it was coming down the pike, I never would have written that goddamn article.
It's okay. It's
Terry
really okay.
Terry Spilsbury sends in a super chat and says, "Good morning." From
Good
England.
morning.
Good morning from England. By the way, can I just talk about the fact that in 6 days, No Time to Die opens in Old Blighty?
Wow.
I mean, I've never bought tickets to a movie twice opening night because they've never had 2 opening nights. I am going on the 6th of October. I got great fucking seats in the Chinese IMAX theater, Chinese right on Hollywood Boulevard. I'm telling you, I mean, as an old middle-aged man, I feel blood flowing into my loins. I'm very excited about this. I was always somebody that could manage 2 or 3 times, just saying. But I cannot fucking wait.
Yes.
I'm very excited. Joseph. Oh wait, Michael's back. Let me just say, Joseph, or his John. He sends in a tip and says, "I saw the." Actually, let me bring in Michael for this. Michael should hear this. Michael.
Okay.
John, or JPRPH1, but John sends in a tip and says, "I saw the wall on the first round of shows in Pittsburgh at Current Hockey Rink. I was in the back, a few rows off the floor, and that was a great spot because of all the massiveness of the show. The sound was great as well, and the flying pig, all you need."
Yes, it was incredible. It was the most amazing night ever, and I will never forget that night. And like I said, it was probably the best show I've ever seen. I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I'd seen it, advertised, but this was so much better than what I thought it was going to be, and I'm so glad I went to see it.
No, amazing. I want to see it. I have not seen it. What's funny is I have a lot of Roger Waters Blu-rays and DVDs and The Wall. I've got a box set and all that stuff. So I feel like I've been there, but I didn't see it live. You got to feel it, man. That's what a live show is all about. Feeling the music in your bones. In your bones. S Beam says, "I did my first live stream a couple of hours ago.
Oh, wow.
Was just doing a little sculpting and showing some previous sculpts I've done. Perhaps one of you could join me sometime, help me keep viewers entertained. I'll come on your show."
Yeah.
I will too.
We'll all do it. Why not?
Come on.
I would love to.
Let's do it.
He's so talented, and I just love creators who make figures. I think he's amazing, and I interviewed him for PGS All Stars, and I can't wait for all of you to see that interview.
By the way, I'll put it up tomorrow.
Oh yes, I'm looking forward.
Yeah, I'll put it up. Alden sends in a super chat and says, "Let's address the frog in the room.
The room?
Are you at war with Ethan Van Sciver? Will Cyberfrog ever appear and fully articulated? I don't agree with the man politically. Regardless, I love independent indie creators." First of all, Alden, let me just say, I like Ethan Van Sciver. He and I have streamed together, and I actually said to him, I said, you should come on my show. Do you know what he told me? Ethan Van Sciver said, "I don't know if you would really want me to come on your show. I don't know what it would do for your channel. It might fuck you up or whatever."
What?
And he even said that to me. And look, I understand the lightning rod that is Ethan Van Sciver, but I'll tell you something. The man, as Gull Massett said, it was a Gull Massett in the Chain of Command Part 2. David Warner's Gull, the Cardassian Gull. He said to Picard, "You have a keen mind." Ethan Van Sciver has a keen mind. I like the guy. I appreciate his work, and I understand he's used social media to, he's sold direct to consumers.
Cyberfrog.
Oh my God, amazing. Now, here's the thing. I liked Ethan Van Sciver. I appreciated what he's done. Is our politics the same? I don't know. Probably not. I don't know enough about him to say whether or not. but I liked him and I admired what he did. But even he said to me personally, live on the air, he said, "You know what, Rob? If I came on your show, it might not be so good for you." He flat out said it. And I'm like, that's another reason why I like him. Now,
He's concerned about you before himself.
Yeah, you know what? That's exactly right. He actually showed concern about me. And I'm like, that's all I need to know about someone. And everyone's going to complain and bitch and moan. But you know what? The man made a lot of money selling direct to his consumers, delivering a product they wanted to buy. And I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, that's the American way. Now,
but he's also put in like years and years in the industry too, you know, drawing and paying his dues and, you know, doing what every person has to do to make it. So he deserves his success.
Yeah. Now let me go. So you can't see everything here, but imagine what you're seeing just right behind me now. Imagine it goes all around the room. And let me just tell you, I have a lot of Ethan Van Sciver's work here in the Robservatory. Like I'm looking, you can't tell, but so these are Billy bookcases, right? Now I've got, there are 17 of them all the way. You're seeing, this is 1, 2, and 3. There are 17 all the way around where I'm sitting. And there's a lot of Ethan Van Sciver's work on these shelves.
Mm-hmm. And not just from Cyberfrog, because he has
DC work.
Yes, like he has an extensive background in comics that span over 25 years.
Yeah,
you know, he's been
it's
influential to the industry for that long.
And what's funny to me, I'm like,
wow.
Oh, look at that.
That looks amazing. 666 says, "Nice Ant-Man or Giant Man to you, Michael Elliott," for the other one you showed.
The other one was actually a desktop diorama that I'm working on. This is, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no, I'm done. It's cool, just because someone asked. So
this is the beauty of toy collecting. Okay, I've been wanting to get this figure for months.
Wow.
Now, I recognize that figure. What figure is that?
This is Mandarin Spawn, and this is by Todd McFarlane.
Beautiful.
His work is just unreal. The craftsmanship is unreal. The fact that he gives you such tall figures where certain other companies will give it to you this tall or whatever for the same price.
Now, is that a scale because McFarlane's done a lot. I bought his very
like 7-inch.
His very first Spawn figure, the very first Todd McFarlane Spawn figure, blew me away.
Yes.
It was fantastic. Yeah, they
monster detail.
No, they did a great job. Then they did the Universal. They did the riff on the Universal Monsters figures. They were really, really good.
And look at it, the accessories. All right, so this was initially this thing. It was 1999.
That's great. That's a great price.
Yeah, but you know something? I'm not new, but I'm revisiting collecting from when I was a kid.
Yes.
And there are
you don't say. I don't know anyone who's like that.
Yeah, but see, you've been active with it all your life. I went away from. I'm just coming back this year.
No, okay, but I have to tell you, I wasn't though. I left. I sold all. I had every classic Star Wars figure that was released except Yak Man. I didn't have Yak Man, and I just didn't care. And it wasn't until the late '90s that I had my collecting bug renewed. So I had left. When I went to college, from the after
still
Jedi,
got another 20 years. That's still
that's true. Years. That's true. Yes. So, but it's specific. It's what I love about collecting now is there's so much specificity, and the way you make yourself stand out is to be specific about what you like, because there's so much to like. If you're like a Gundam collector, you can buy. I will only buy 1/60th scale metal build Gundams. I'm like, okay, that's awesome. And you'll get them all, and there's only 30. Well,
I'm
that's
not
why.
that
That's
snobby. I'm not that snobby when it comes to it. As a matter of fact, thank God I'm not a completionist.
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible too when it comes to collections. I buy what I like and just try to enjoy it.
dude. Completionism is that is a road to madness.
It really is, especially and don't be into Funko Pops. You're dead. You're dead. I'll bury you now. But the point I'm making about this could be an extremely expensive hobby, or this could be an extremely inexpensive hobby. You have to do your research. You got to follow people. You got to stay on top of things. I decided I was not going to spend the $20 for this because I had other figures that are close to my heart as a kid that are out there that I want to get first, and I have to budget. I was patient. I've seen this figure for a good 4 months.
Can you scooch that figure closer to
in front of your face?
Yeah, there you go.
And so I had been searching for it. It's been hanging in Target for months. I asked this one woman who was filling the shelves, I said, does anything over here in the NECA section ever go on sale? She goes, no, I've never seen them on sale. Watching YouTube yesterday, or when did I get this? Day before yesterday. I got this yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday morning. Watching YouTube the night before, some of these folks are going, yeah, I'm going into Target. Oh, they got stuff on clearance. I go into Target yesterday morning. It's hanging on the rack for $5.99.
Dude.
Wow.
Come on, bruh. That is a score.
Look at this.
It is great.
My space is it's turning into such a kick-ass.
I can see the excitement, Michael. Thank you for showing us that your piece is fantastic.
This got. You think that got me charged up? This got me charged up like I.
Well, now, Michael, let me ask you this. Because I can't.
Oh,
God damn!
Oh my God!
Are you kidding me? I didn't get those
my
figures,
gosh.
man. I did the documentary.
Rob, when I found this, I just found this a week
does
ago,
it glow?
2 weeks ago. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
looks
But
like
that's Tron.
Yes.
It's Tron.
That's
Rob,
Bruce Boxleitner.
Rob, this was one and once again, boyhood. I'm going to different stores.
I don't know if you can
right?
see it. You can't, but
Yes, I can
Come
see
on,
it. Yes,
buddy.
it says you have a.
I
you have
did a
Tron
feature
sign.
length. If I can only toot my own horn, I made a feature length documentary, an 88-minute documentary on the making of Tron.
I have.
Wow. They're in good condition too, Michael.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm getting an email. I'm
documentary.
getting an email from Lori Schertz, my boss for Crisis Medicine. I'm like,
hello.
Wait, I'm live on. I'm live on YouTube. You should join us.
Yes.
This wasn't a thrift store pickup. I walked into a Walgreens because once again I listened to the YouTubers. This guy was in a Walgreens and he comes across a Tron figure. I go, this is 2021.
Right.
There's a Tron figure on the shelf. I went to a Walgreens here a few weeks ago, and it was sitting in Walgreens. I lost my mind. I got to get the other two. No, there's.
Well, yeah, they did those. I mean, what I find now let me ask you this, Michael.
Yes.
Let's tie in our love of nostalgia to rock and roll, guitar riffs. Let's bring it all home. So I would ask you, I would say that if you have a predilection or all of these things represent kind of the same idea. Now, a lot of people would say, well, you're living in the past, you're living for nostalgia. I don't believe that. What I think is it's culture. And we love great things, great milestones of culture. Look, you go to the Louvre, And people have been looking at the Mona Lisa for fucking hundreds of years. And it's not because of goddamn nostalgia. It's because the Mona Lisa, people still want to know what the fuck she's smiling about. And so when we buy artifacts from things of movies that we love, it is because, not because, oh, I just want to capture a moment of my childhood. It's not about that. It's really not about that. What it's about is capturing moments of our culture that we love.
Right.
And it's part of a continuum, because our culture, people live and die every single day. But our culture, I mean, goddamn, we're still talking about Shakespeare hundreds of years later.
And
I'm still listening to Miles Davis. Look, I've got a box set, 1956. Miles Davis. Sorry,
and
go
these
ahead.
collections still stir the imagination 40 years later, 30 years later, 20 years later. You know, that is very significant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think the last actual action figure I picked up I was in my early 20s. But getting back to music, you brought something up at the just before I came on, and when I was shaking my head in the queue, I was shaking my head when you brought up Dead Can Dance in L.A. Sorry, my friend. They've canceled the U.S. tour. I'll tell you why I know. I've got tickets for October 8th, and just 3 days ago, I think it was, because I keep them in my Facebook notification. 3 days ago, I got a post saying that they had to cancel. They're postponing North America again.
Oh no!
You know what?
And the place that I'm going to see them is literally not even 3 blocks away from me. I can just walk over there.
There are two bands. Killing me, man. There are two bands that I want to see more than anything in the world. Mm-hmm. One is Dead Can Dance. Mm-hmm. The other band is Juno Reactor, which is a Goa trance band that they work with Don Davis on the Matrix trilogy. But I have all their records. I mean, albums now, records now. And my biggest question, I can't wait to see the Matrix Resurrections. Can't wait. Don't care. Like to me, it's so funny. People are like, oh, the Matrix sequels sucked. I'm like, but did they? Like, the Matrix sequels might not have been great, but there is so much ambition and so many interesting thoughts and so much cool shit in those movies. Like the car chase scene alone in Matrix Reloaded is worthwhile. And all the gobbledygook the architect says, I don't give a fuck. Look, The Matrix is almost a perfect movie. Not quite, but it's a fucking great movie. Blew everybody away. The Wachowskis, whatever. When I watch The Matrix Resurrections, I'm like, okay. You got the original creator coming back. That shit's going to be way more meta than we ever know. I know what they're doing. I watched the trailer and I'm like, I can't believe you got somebody to finance this shit, because it's going to be dope, and people are going to be like, oh my God, it's so meta and blah, blah, blah. I get it. I understand. I am so there for you. And I can't, they've talked, Lily and Lana have talked about that, well, the Matrix trilogy was all about our transition. I'm like, great, fantastic. You know what that means? It's going to be interesting and cool. And I have no problem with any of that. And I fucking think The Matrix Resurrections is going to be rad as fuck. And people are like, well, he kind of looks like, he looks like John Wick. I'm like,
well, of course.
Because he's supposed to. In the movie that they're making, they're going so far. Well, not they. Because Lily, to be clear, Lily said, I'm not going to do it. And Lana said, my mother and father died so quickly, and I wanted to be with people I loved, which was Neo and Trinity.
Right.
I can't fucking wait. And you know what? My third-party Trinity figure was just paid off. So now, my 12-inch Neo will finally have his Trinity. Thank God.
Aww.
I know, right?
You know, I might blow a lot of people's minds, but I thought the Matrix. I'm talking about the first one, not even the last. I thought the Matrix was okay.
What?
It's not a classic for me,
Bruh.
It's not one of my favorite movies ever, and I don't know why, but I think because of a lot of the content that the movie talked about that blew people away so much. I had been studying.
Well, that's valid. Okay.
In around that time, I can't tell you how deep in the metaphysics I was. Deepak Chopra and just, I mean, and then the minister of our church wound up being Marianne Williamson for 5 years. and Rob, not only that, Marianne Williamson brought Steven Tyler from Aerosmith to the congregation one Sunday. It blew our minds.
Well, no, look, that makes sense. I mean,
yeah.
If you were into that, the philosophy. I mean, and by the way, how many books you can go? The philosophy of the Matrix.
Right.
And here's the thing, I have to tell you. The last time in my life I went into a cinema. So a lot of people don't know this, but there was a movie made called Johnny Mnemonic, that was directed by Robert Longo, and Robert Longo directed New Order's Bizarre Love Triangle video. He was also a great graphic artist. He did pictures of people falling pre 9/11, and I'll tell you guys a story. Okay. So, I went to that Robert Longo exhibit in L.A. before he made Johnny Mnemonic, because I was a huge fan of New Order and Robert Longo, and I was dating a girl at the time that was older than me, and she was, she's somebody everybody should have in their lives. And we actually
did she show you the way, Robert?
We actually had sex in a stairwell at the LA County Museum of Art. It was quick. It was very brief. It wasn't like it was not even a
So you made an artistic contribution to the museum.
Nope. We were very careful not to. I would not leave any evidence behind. But it was an amazing experience.
It was performance art, Robert.
No one knew, because there was a big. It was just an amazing. It was just, you know, it's one of those things you just do it. Just like, oh my God, we did this. It was great. It was fantastic. So I went to this exhibit to see Robert Longo. But he directed Johnny Mnemonic, and I fucking hated it. I hated Johnny Mnemonic. I loved him, and I'm thinking, my God, I took a girl to an exhibit, and we had this great moment that I'm still talking about 40 fucking years later. And I'm like, your movie's fucking terrible. So everyone knew Johnny Mnemonic was bad, and Robert Longo shouldn't have done it. So when The Matrix came out in 1999, no one thought it was going to be good. Like, I was like, the best thing that Robert Longo ever did was allow me to have sex in a stairwell at the LA County Museum of Art, watching his exhibit. So it was all bad. So I got a ticket. Someone said, come to the theater, and it was on the Warner Brothers lot. And the only reason I went and saw The Matrix was because it was at the Steve Ross Theater on the Warner Brothers lot, which was an incredible theater. And the first time I was ever in that theater, I went and saw Kevin Costner's The Postman. Which, by the way, fuck y'all, I love it. Kevin Costner came to the screening and walked out on stage, and he said, I have worked on this movie for a very long time. I'm paraphrasing. And I only wish I could be in the audience like you are right now, seeing this movie for the very first time. Mm-hmm. He was so proud of it. And there's no pretension. That was my first time in that theater. And we watched it, and I fucking loved it. Because I'd read the book. And I just love what he did. And everybody hated it. They hated it. So...
But it is considered a classic. You hear Johnny Mnemonic brought up, when they talk about films.
Well...
however good or bad it is, that film, it has... I mean, it's kind of considered a classic, I thought.
Well, it's so...
Am I wrong, Ron?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's considered... It's a cyberpunk film, and it's a bad movie. It's bad.
Maybe it's so bad it's good.
I don't know. So, but I have to say...
Rob. I picked this up at that same Salvation Army.
Look at that.
You should be into with this one.
Get the reflection.
It's so that's the double disc, the 2-disc set, the redone version, right?
This is Superman Returns, the soundtrack.
Yeah, but it's the 2-disc set, isn't it?
You know what? I don't think it is. Oh, it is Rhino.
No, it is. That's the new version, dude.
I haven't broken it open yet, so great.
You know what? John Ottman did such a great job. He poured his heart and soul in that. Although I'll tell you what's not on there, which was on the original soundtrack.
What's that?
A music video I made when the orchestra recorded the original John Williams. Just saying.
No kidding.
I should, but they wouldn't have it. There's no way they would have it. But still, but that soundtrack is great because they have all the music.
I just remembered something. Okay. Rob, let me get this out because I was in the chat last week and I do some super chats in.
No.
I think you misunderstood. The funny thing about the super chats is that you can put something in there and then Rob, you'll say something, I was like, no, you're totally misinterpreting what I'm saying.
That's not, I cop to that. I don't know.
It happens.
Because Rob was talking like, well, if you're nice and kind, you can get onto the show. I said, doesn't Robert realize I've been on the show twice now? I wasn't jockeying to get on. I was just saying that the next time I'm able to make it on, I was going to answer that riddle I gave you.
Well, yes.
And I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it to you again. 1 hour, 54 minutes in. It is an absolute stellar performance that deserves an Oscar. What movie am I talking about, Rob?
Well, that's 1 hour and 54
I know. It's something very well. Star Wars.
Oh.
I heard you talking about it on whose show was it? Anyway, I went back and I watched it. In 1 minute 54 seconds, I love the makeup, the hair, and the mustache. Fantastic. Let me see. What was the line? Luke Skywalker is considered one of the best Bush pilots
in the galaxy.
Yeah. And
the Outer Rim territories.
And Rob, you delivered that line stellar, buddy.
You really watched that?
I didn't watch the whole thing because dude, what an ambitious movie. It had full costumes. It had special effects.
Okay, Michael.
Rob,
wow.
The movie was 2.5 hours long. I'm not going to sit there and watch all that. So what I did was, how you can move the little bar and see stuff. And then Rob said, there's a point here. There's a point in the movie where I die. And I'm like, I got to find that. Are you in one of the fighters?
Yeah. I'm in an X-Wing. I crash on the Death Star. So
Rob.
For those of you who might not be watching or not know, I had played a part. I'm in a porno film.
I'm not giving anything away because
No, I'll tell you, but I love. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, I was in a pornographic film. I don't have the cock for a porn film, so I wasn't in a sex scene. However, I can fly an X-wing fighter. So for those of you who don't know, there is a porn parody called Star Wars XXX. And I played Luke's friend, Biggs Darklighter. And I do pop up in various scenes in the film. And of course, I am in the Battle of the Death Star. And I die, which is fucking awesome. So a lot of people, like, what I find so funny is with Pornhub and YouPorn and Red Porn and this porn and that porn, I don't have a sex scene in the film, which is kind of unfortunate, but whatever. When my friend Bryn Pryor, he actually called me up and he said that Eli Cross, his friend, was directing the film. Come down. We built the Millennium Falcon and we built the Rebel base, and he's like, come play a part in the film. You can be Biggs Darklighter. You can wear an entire Rebel flight suit. And I'm like, wait, hang on. We can't talk about this without me showing this picture. I will find this. Now, so Michael, Falcon. You guys go on. Please pontificate while I find this photo.
Once I heard that in that conversation on that stream, I said, okay, next day I'm going to get on the net. There were clips, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 3 minutes. I'm like, I got to find this whole friggin' movie if I'm going to find this guy. And eventually I'm like 2 hours and 30 something minutes. This is crazy. So I'm watching a little bit and I get to a couple of the, more.
Well, when two female stormtroopers have a three-way with Chewbacca, you know you're in for it.
I don't think I caught the grrr, but I was fast forward and grrr. Are you in any relation to Ewoks or Chewbacca?
Who knows, right?
Far be it for me to say anything.
Yeah, but yeah. So I'm like, I couldn't believe, for that time, Rob, they put some decent money.
Oh, I know. That's time. Why I did it. I was like, really?
For an X-rated flick, that was very, very what's the word I want to use? Ambitious.
I'm wondering whether we should do a show where we talk about ambitious X-rated films.
Oh, I think that would be.
I think you could host that one.
I think that would be actually kind of funny. So hang on. So I've got two pictures from Star Wars XXX of me in them.
I never thought you'd bring these up, but great.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? So here's the thing. So you can't live in LA and not know. As a matter of fact, one of the things I have to say that a regret I have. I had a friend. We're not friendly anymore, but somebody who was a very well regarded person in the adult film industry that I really liked, and we actually did a prototype of what's now par for the course on YouTube, and he and I had sort of a falling out for various things, and it shouldn't have happened. Mm-hmm. And he is well regarded in his field. He also made a really, I think, beautiful science fiction film with Richard Hatch, and it was the last thing that Richard Hatch did. And there was no reason why we should have been adversarial. We were adversarial because of someone else, and so that said, so let me show people who might not know, who might not know. So since this was brought up, so here is me This is me as Biggs Darklighter in Star Wars XXX. I was wearing a 70s porn stash. I had colored my hair black and tried to shape it into a 70s look. So this is how I looked. This is how I looked in Star Wars XXX. Now, I had many changes, but also to add to this, here is me in the cockpit of my X-Wing fighter. This is me, and I was Biggs Darklighter in the Battle of the Death Star. This is me in the actual. So there you guys go. Yeah. No, when someone calls you up to be in a very expensive film that happens to be a pornographic film star, they had the same armor, they had the same. I'm like, shit, man,
that.
all come down, you know.
Dude, look
Yeah,
at
you're
that.
looking
Look at
good,
that
Robert. You look good in those two shots, Robert.
I know, right? So, by the way, and red leader was Kylie Ireland, who is a very famous porn star, and let me just say that the nowadays no one cares because of Pornhub and all this stuff. There's no stigma behind it,
Right.
but what was funny to me was when I was asked, "You got to come out and check this set out." I mean, they had built Star Wars sets, and I had lines. With characters and but this was not the first. I've been in 2 of their movies, and the first movie I did was called Kiss of the Strangler, and I played a unscrupulous movie producer in the 50s.
I'll be looking for that.
Well,
is that available on the net anywhere? I'm finding it.
God, man, I don't know, man. Kiss of the Strangler. I have it. I have a copy of it. But what was funny was I'm acting it. I'm being, and people are like, "Wow, you're a really good actor."
What year?
I'm like, "Am I?" Like, what?
Rob, I swear to God, I'm looking for this. What year?
Oh, it had to have been. Well, hang on.
Would anybody else be able to have
2009, 2010?
Oh
wow, that recent, Robert.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is Kiss the Strangler. Because you have to understand, like, for me, this was something. Friends of mine were working in this industry, and I'd go down and watch them shoot or whatever. It was still filmmaking, and people don't understand the experience of watching films is very different than the experience of making films.
Right.
And
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so I had become friends with a guy that I to this day. We had a pretty epic falling out, which shouldn't have happened, and it's fine. You know, we're friends now.
Yeah. No, I've had more than one friend, but I've been around a little while. But I've had more than one friend. Sometimes, like they say, some friendships are made for a season, some for a reason.
Yeah,
Not all friendships endure the test of time, and I have some great friends now that I've had since I've been a child.
Yeah, of course. Me too. Me too. Yeah. My whole thing about life is, no one's perfect, and the best intentions. Everyone tries to work out what they do. I am the last person to hold a grudge. That's why I'm still friends with. There are people would tell me that this person I should never ever talk to again. And by the way, there is an argument to be made I shouldn't. But I'm like, I think my life is more interesting if I'm friends with that person. And he picked the wrong side. And whatever. But what I think is great, what I think is awesome. Look at the 3 of us. I think that the 3 of us right now, it's 6:17 on the East Coast with the 2 of you. Mm-hmm. It's 3:17.
I'm actually Midwest, but yeah, we're still on the same time zone.
Okay, but how cool is it that the 3 of us, disparate individuals, I have never been in a room with. I've never hugged her. I've never smelled her perfume. I don't even know how tall you are. You might
I'm
be
5'4".
Okay, you're 5'4". So okay, there you go. And so now you could have been 5'6", 5'10". I didn't know. If you walked up to me and said,
"Oh, you would know. You would know."
Well, yeah, I would know because I'd hear your voice. But
you would have to look down too.
Well, no, it's fine because most of the girls I've liked have been between a certain like 5'3" to 5'7". So there's and Michael I mean, what's crazy is
Rob, it's me. Rob, I'm down here.
But here's what's cool. Like,
Yeah.
I would never have met or you, Michael, if it wasn't for the internet or YouTube. We've streamed, we've talked, we've hung out together, and I would like to say that these experiences have enriched us all.
Yes.
They've been good.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And
They have been wonderful. This has been so much fun. It's really been enjoyable.
We talked about rock and roll and Guns N' Roses. By the way, there are people that have been sending in some chats. I would love to have all of you speak to this. So Tom Jr. Jackson says, sends it. He says, any Kino Lorber recommendations, Rob? Well, Tom Jr. Jackson, you know what I would, if you're a fan of Kino Lorber, did you know that they're releasing William Friedkin's searing 1985 cop thriller, To Live and Die in LA, on 4K?
Oh.
I would buy that.
What? That movie. That's one of the greatest 80s movies.
Oh, dude, it's so good. And by the way, it's become an ongoing, shouldn't be a joke because everyone should buy it. I'm just saying, you should. Let's see. Stubble McShave says, have you seen Dune yet? Dude, bruh, I don't live in Sweden or Norway. No, I can't see it until the 22nd. Maybe I'll see it in the first week of October. Have you seen Dune yet? I have thoughts. I think he made the movie for Dune enthusiasts. Since it was half the book, I think he maybe should have made some changes to make it work better as a movie in itself. The ending was like The Empire Strikes Back, but with a smaller cliffhanger.
I've heard enough. I know that I'm going to at least like it.
Everyone, yeah, me too. I'm like, here's the thing: if it's amazing, knowing it's half the book, I'm like, you can just cut it off. If it's amazing, it looks amazing. I'll be like, great. It is so unbelievable that we're getting the Foundation trilogy in Dune. Now, what people don't get was when I joined the sci-fi book club when I was 9 and 10 in should I say in 1977. That's how fucking old I am. I'm like, I read these books. The Foundation trilogy and Dune have been part of my life since I was fucking 10, 11, 12. That one's on TV and one's going to be in the theater. Now, as a middle-aged white man, cis male with one foot in his grave, that I'm getting this now, it's astonishing.
But see, Rob, that's the point I'm making. That's the point I was making earlier. Unless you're 50 and above, it's gonna have a different. It's gonna resonate so much different.
I know.
For you because you were so young, as is with me. I mean, all of my friends, when we went out to see science, when I went to see Star Wars, when I went to see Dune, when I went to see Close Encounters, when I went to see Blade Runner, we went in a group. And we all piled in a car. And I remember going to see all of these films. And when Blade Runner, I can die today. Please, God, I don't mean it.
Please don't die today on the show because they might blame me.
I've actually been pleased cinematically, so that anything coming out after this, fine. But I've seen a resurgence of something that I wanted to see since my childhood already. I Can Die.
Like Tears in the Rain.
When, there you go. When they did the remake, Blade Runner 2049, and not only that, but they made it a great movie. I said to myself, finally, a movie of my childhood and time that I could absolutely just can't get enough of. They did a remake, and the thing about it is, the remake stood up.
Dude,
and you don't get that very often.
I am with you.
I Can Die.
You know, I think I was out of town when it opened, so I couldn't see it. And so I saw it Tuesday afternoon after it opened on Friday. And I went to the Chinese theater and saw it in IMAX with a thunderous sound system. It was one of those moments. It was, I have to say, Blade Runner 2049 was one of the greatest movie-going experiences of my life because no one was in the theater. It was like Tuesday at 2 in the afternoon or something on Hollywood Boulevard. And the Chinese theater laser projection, it was, I mean, it was as if the sound was in your fucking bones. It was that loud. It was reverberating, but precise. Not like, it wasn't like a speaker was blown. It was the music was so, I sat there in the theater. I'm just like, oh my God, this is why I go to the movies. And I'm sitting there. I'm just like, it was like Dave Bowman in 2001. I'm like if you saw like when he's like the still frames when he's going through the Stargate, that was what it was like to watch Blade Runner 2049. Mm-hmm. It was so great, and I'm just like, holy shit! It was, and
I couldn't believe it, man.
To say, I'm going to go to the same fucking theater to see No Time to Die and fucking Dune. Yes, I am. And I can't wait. I can't wait.
And Rob, when Dune came out, it was the original Dune was just as divisive. I got a feeling, just like Blade Runner with 2049, I think this latest iteration of Dune it's going to fall in that same. It's probably going to be a masterpiece, and then 70% of the people will go, "Oh, it's slow. It moved too slow."
Yes, I agree with you.
I picked up the voice of the other thing I want to say is all of Rob's cynics talk like this. If you notice.
Oh my God! Listen, Michael. Let me just tell you something.
They're going to be totally opposed. They're going to ask, "I don't understand it at all."
There's a lot of people that just don't understand. Like they're gonna wonder, like, Zendaya was only in the beginning of the film, and like I don't understand.
It wasn't very long. And
well, what's funny, what I find strange about this is in Dune. So December of 1984, there were two science fiction films that were galvanizing the audience the same way that things are happening now, and that was 2010 and Dune. So Peter Hyams' 2010 and Dune came out in the same 2 weeks in December of 1984. And by the way, 2010 was not just a sequel to 2001, but it was also a literary adaptation of Arthur C. Clarke's novel, which I, by the way, loved. And so both, let's just call them, they fell short. However, at the time, post Return of the Jedi, the fact that we were getting 2010 and Dune in the same 2 weeks in December of 1984, I mean, it was a huge deal. Like, it was like, it was, for me, like, I couldn't even stop thinking about it, loving Stanley Kubrick, and it was incredible, and both films turned out to be not what we'd hoped.
No,
but
2010, yeah. I mean,
it's not a bad film. By the way,
No.
what's in now when you watch it, the problem with 2010 is that it's beautifully made, but The original book was about the Russians and the Americans teaming up to beat China to Europa. And at the time, in 1984, Peter Hyams was like, I'm going to make a movie about the Cold War, about the United States and Russia and how we can make peace. And the problem was, you're not forward thinking. And this is the problem, my God, Star Trek, the most egregious example of this. No one working on Star Trek now is going like, you know what? We should take all of humans' problems now and extrapolate them into the 32nd century. No. We're going to do a show where we're going to have a non-binary character correcting a gay character 1,000 years from now about her fucking pronouns. Fuck you unimaginative, dumbass fucking assholes. Are you kidding me?
It was misplaced.
Misplaced, like, are you kidding me? I mean, hey, pro tip, man. If you're going to move your show to the 32nd goddamn century, why don't you extrapolate what we're doing today might happen 1,000 years from now? And you know how you can figure it out? Because you read books about where humanity was 1,000 years ago to where we are now. The people on Star Trek, they are fucking so goddamn moronic and lazy. You people writing modern Star Trek are fucking the problem. You're the problem. You're not stepping up. You're not doing your work. You're people that are taking tests to just get a number grade. Be better. Please be better, please. And I know Akiva Goldsman directed the pilot and wrote the pilot for Strange New Worlds. And why you allowed that to happen is the reason why modern Star Trek's in trouble. Just saying. By the way, am I drunk? Yes. But you know what? You know what?
So.
Anyway, just my rant is over, kids.
I can die happy now. I made it on the show for one of your rants. I am so.
Yeah. You know what the problem is? I don't like my rants. I grew up in a world where, for my entire life, for the most part, I'm making a video this weekend. It's a very epic video about a new Star Trek novel series that is debuting this week. Where for 20 years, Pocket Books has done a wonderful job of doing a post-Star Trek Dominion War novel series for 20 years. Wow. About what happens in the Star Trek universe after Nemesis, after the Dominion War. Great stories by novelists who loved Star Trek. And they've been doing it for 20 years. And Pocket thought, well, Star Trek was done, so it's okay. So they have this entire continuity, a 20-year continuity.
And this series that you're talking about, it is like Gene Roddenberry's vision, so to speak.
Yeah, it's based on that. It's based on that.
You know, you understand what I mean?
Yeah, of course. It is absolutely everybody who worked on it, all the writers, amazing writers, great. So what has happened is their post Dominion War, Next Generation, Nemesis, Voyager, they've spent 20 years detailing what happens afterwards. And many, many novels. And they're all really good because the people like Star Trek.
Do they ever... sorry, go ahead.
Well, so here's the thing. They're just books.
Okay.
They're not considered... Movies are real. Books, not so much. So what's happened is the Star Trek Picard series, the most ridiculously, creatively bankrupt, stupid, awful science fiction show perhaps ever on television. That show completely contradicted the last 20 years of thoughtful, intelligent, insightful, imaginative writing about the Star Trek universe. That publishing empire has made a lot of money. And now they've reached an impasse. The authors who have written these books, who have thought about Star Trek far more than any of the writers who have worked on Discovery or Picard or Lower Decks or now Prodigy. Well, actually, one of the writers is a consultant on Prodigy. Not a writer, but a consultant. So anyway, this week begins a trilogy of books that are going to be published that now has to end a 20-year cycle and figure out how to reconcile it with the god-awful first season of Picard.
That's so unfair. That's so unfair to do that to the legacy.
It's you know what the problem is?
It's so bad.
So here's what's awesome for me. So I did, before I started this show, the first interview I ever did was I reached out to Diane Duane, the author of some of my favorite Star Trek novels, who also worked on the first season of Next Generation. And I've never published it, never put it out. So now I'm going to do a whole story on this new novel series, and and she talks about that. She talks about how of all the licensed novel series, everything is considered a tie-in. But with Star Trek, they didn't have to look for, people wanted to write Star Trek novels before they were even contracted to publish them. Why? Because people loved Star Trek. They loved it.
And the reason why they loved it is because it's Gene Roddenberry's vision.
Yeah, and there was a universe. The funny thing, what people don't get, is one of the great things about Star Trek, and Star Wars was this too, and people don't usually quantify it this way, is that Star Trek stories and Star Wars stories take place, we're just seeing like a day in the life of one place. And if you think about it, and same with Star Trek, like imagine a story that takes place in a couple of blocks in Paris. Imagine that's a Star Trek episode. Well, what's happening in San Francisco? We don't know. And the great thing about Star Trek was, and Star Wars before they fucked it up, we all knew that there was a gigantic universe. Shit was happening. And one of the great Star Trek episodes is like, oh my God, there's a new Constitution class starship. And you realize, fuck, there's other Captain Kirks and Mr. Spocks out there. They're not the same, they're different, but they're out there. And that's what made it cool. And that's what made us fans. With Star Wars, when Han Solo says, well, the bounty hunter we ran into at Ord Mantell changed my mind. And General Riking says, well, a death mark's not an easy thing to live with. And you're like, wait, what? We haven't seen that. We haven't seen somebody that's going to like kill Han Solo. And General Riking knows this? What? That's what makes the Star Wars universe cool. We don't know what's going to happen next. That's why it's cool.
Oh, I love Han. I just love Harrison Ford, just in general. He's he's up there, if not my favorite, easy in my top 5. He's right there. Don't you see him? He's right there.
I've been watching him on those Jack Ryan, Tom Clancy style movies that he made.
Oh, and the unofficial Air Force One, which should be Tom Clancy, Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, and Air Force One.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? To me had I think it was it Air Force? Which one had Harrison Ford going up against? There were two brothers. They were Irish and they were part of.
That's Patriot Games.
Yeah, that takes place in the. He's overseas and then he comes back home.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
While he's overseas, he kills Sean Bean's brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's only 16. He didn't know or something like that. It was like a very odd situation.
To me, he made one of the most vicious villains. I like the villains who get so overwrought with vengeance that they get irrational, because the other guy in the film is like, I mean, he wants Harrison Ford so bad. The other guy goes, hold on, lad, hold on. It's the royals we want. And this guy,
Yeah, it was the IRA he was going up against. So
he was so dead. He wanted to kill Harrison Ford. I loved the portrayal of that character, and then the way he went out, fitting on the anchor when he fell on the anchor. That was great. But
Yeah.
the rage and the vindictiveness that who played that character? I can't think of his name.
who? Which character?
The one whose brother was killed by Harrison.
It's Sean. It's Sean.
Yeah,
Bean,
it's Sean
isn't it?
Bean.
That's
It's
Sean
Boromir. It's yeah.
What that was such a great performance. I just loved it. Loved it.
That was a great film. That was a great film.
But it's not as good as Clear and Present Danger, which I love.
Okay,
love
perhaps
that
it's
one
not
too.
as good as Clear and Present Danger. I thought they were both very, very good.
He did so many back then. I love the one Witness was such a great film. Oh my god.
I loved it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If I can bring us full circle,
Sure.
I was talking about having Ice God Loki front row.
Yeah.
All right. Not so much a particular riff to a song. This is what I would do. Come on out. I would bring out Ace Frehley in the full Kiss gear and just have him rip. That guy is such an incredible guitar player. If that doesn't resonate with the aliens, I don't know what will.
Hey, kids.
Ace Frehley. I don't even need the whole band. Bring him in full regalia and the guitar and just have him blow up the amps.
I need you both to riff for a second.
Okay.
I must relieve myself. Drain the main vein. So you
Yeah,
kids
of
talk
course.
amongst yourselves, all right?
And Mondo Bizarro and the Richard are commenting about how much they liked Harrison Ford in Witness, and Charlie the Unicorn is talking about Hunt for Red October as well.
Fucking brilliant movie. Oh, I love that movie. Harrison Ford is just he's
Yes.
the kind of actor that makes a horrible movie good. You know, just like what Rob was talking about, 2010 Space Odyssey, the sequel. The one thing that saved that movie from being a total disaster was Roy Scheider. Back then, Roy Scheider was like a Harrison Ford. It's like it could be a really horrible movie, but if
Yes.
he showed up in it, he made it better because he was just that kind of actor. The presence,
was
the
that-
charisma. Yeah.
What
go
was
ahead.
that film that Roy Schreider was in, and he was like the guy tries to strangle him with that cord, and he stops the guy. You know the one, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh man.
It was such a famous film, and he
See-
played the spy that was,
Oh god.
he was amazing. It wasn't The French Connection, was it?
No, that was Popeye Doyle. That was Gene Hackman. I'm trying to remember the one you talking. Yeah, because see, my head is so full. See, I've been on this planet long enough where things just run into one another, so it takes me a little while to sift stuff out.
It
But I
takes
know
me
the
a while
movie-
too.
I know the movie you're talking about, but I cannot think of the friggin' name.
It was such a great film. I really liked it, and but Roy Schneider again, he did that part where someone was going to kill him, and he had to put his hand I guess
yeah.
here
yeah.
to
He
stop
puts
the
his hands
person
over
from
his neck,
choking him.
Yeah. Doesn't he put his hands on his neck?
It might have been something like that, yes, just to stop from getting choked by that cord.
Yeah. Oh man, I see the scene in my head and I can't think of the movie, but I remember that scene specifically where he's almost I'm pretty sure he does this, and it goes down his
Yes.
fingers. Oh,
And he
can't-
stops them from pretty much killing him,
Yeah.
essentially. And he gets hurt, like he's getting cut, his hand is
Yeah.
getting cut, and
Was
it's
it
a
Marathon
classic.
Man? Somebody said Marathon Man. I was going to say Marathon Man, but I don't know why. I know that's Dustin Hoffman. Was
Right.
The main, and then who played the antagonist? Was that Marathon Man?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember being. It might be, but I do remember the scene. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so like he just made I actually, well, let me put it this way. I think he was feigning that he wasn't around the time Jaws.
Yeah, someone said Marathon Man.
Okay. Yeah.
The restart point says it was Marathon Man.
Dustin Hoffman. Yeah, was in there too. Yep. I now I know what you're talking about. Plus that scene with Dustin Hoffman in a dentist chair being tortured. Oh my God. If you guys, anybody in the chat, if you haven't seen Marathon Man, let me tell you something. That movie holds up big time, and there are scenes in that movie that are just is going to make your knuckles bleed. It's a great film.
Yes.
And I don't even think it was up for an Oscar or anything that year. That I can remember. But it's such a brilliant movie.
Robert, are you back?
Not yet. That's a long dragon he has. It's a big.
I don't see his photograph. I don't see a picture of him, and I can't hear him. I know he's eating pistachios. I'm guessing he's eating pistachios, but
it's the and Michael Elliott show.
Yes.
While I have you for myself.
Yes.
If you I'm yet to release my music. I've yet to release my music because I'm having some issues with some things, but I can play my music on YouTube without copyright infringement. So if you ever want to do a PGS All-Stars that has anything to do with electronic music, I can come on and actually play some of my stuff without it getting pulled.
You know, it's funny. I think
the algorithm. Go ahead.
I was just say knows nothing about EDM. I'm thinking, my God. Oh wait,
that's right.
I'm just kidding. I'm like, probably knows more about EDM, modern EDM, than just about anyone. So I think that's a fantastic idea. By the way, as I came back,
I'm going to do that, Michael.
I've now made myself so much smaller. So I have to say that I was not eating pistachios.
What?
No.
I said they were pistachios, Robert.
I know it's terrible. I know. I shouldn't be eating these things. Terrible. It's Happy Cola, man. It's Happy Cola. Horrible. I know.
I mean,
I shouldn't even have these. Don't tell Elizabeth.
Are they soft? Those are gummies, right?
Yeah.
Man, I love those little Coke bottles, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, first of all, I know. So, I'm a gummy bear connoisseur. And Haribo is the only company. Everyone tells me, these gummy bears are good. I'm like, no, they're not. I've tried every gummy bear in the world.
Well, you couldn't.
Actually, Haribo should sponsor this goddamn channel because I would evangelize their product. Back when I saw The Empire Strikes Back, I saw it 26 times, and I would go there early in the morning. And what I would do is my friends would show up, and then when they showed up at like 10 a.m., I'd go to the Pike Place Market. This is in 1980, and I would buy Haribo gummy bears from the confectionery in the Pike Place Market because they were my favorite candies. 41 years later.
I love those candy stores where everything's in jars and you have to say, I want a half a pound.
That's exactly right. Yep.
Those were the good days.
Yeah.
Those were days when people understood that, like, candy was fine. Like, it's not like, Rob, I mean, candy's bad for you. I'm like, is it though? Like when you eat Haribo Cola gummies, are they bad for you? Or wait, God damn, that tastes good. Doesn't that make you feel better? And at the end of the day, whatever electromagnetic energy that is put in my body when I'm... Wait, hang on. Oh, my God. It tastes good.
Now, Robert, did you bring enough for the rest of us here, Robert?
Yeah. Here, look.
Dude, I like...
I got a bag. Here you go.
Thank you.
Would you kids like one of these?
Yes, please.
Please, Robert. Come in.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Well, hang on.
It hasn't come to the screen yet. Come on.
Wait, hang on. Let me just.
All right. I'm waiting patiently. Come on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Say one. Oh wait. I can't get. Oh well, you know.
Rob, I'm sorry. Wait a minute, Rob. I don't mean to be greedy. Can I get one more?
Oh wait. All right. You know what, Michael? For you.
What?
Hang
I'm
on.
trying to swallow the other one here.
Let me wait. Let me go over here.
Yep,
There you go.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh man, you know what? I love the sour gummy worms. Oh man, anything sour, and it could be a sour gummy. I don't know, coffin, Ellie.
By the way, I just found my my Cyclops figure. My Cyclops.
Go show off.
No, I took his head off in the stream. I just found his head. I mean,
you kid bash at all? I kid bash a lot.
Look, I agree, but look, you know what's funny? This is a pretty goddamn good figure, I have to say. I mean, I actually have a Metacom early figure of this, and I had to get it because I love the 80s Jim Lee, or the early 90s Jim Lee X-Men. And would I wear a jacket that's this small? Probably not. But you know what? It looks great on this figure, and I enjoy it. Hopefully, this is my first X-Men figure. I would love to get all the X-Men and all the X-Women, just so you know.
Well, here's a. You want to see a kid bash? Here's a kid bash.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, that is pretty dope.
Yeah, this is Billion Bear, and what Billion Bear can do, he can take any power that you have, turn it into a weapon and shoot it back at you.
Wow.
And if you notice right now, he has kryptonite in his hand.
Oh.
One of these days, if I can show you, one of these days I want to show you the diorama that he's in. Because he's set up where he's being an adversary.
I'm in.
I'll show that again one day, but that's Billion Bear.
I like Billion Bear.
Yeah. There's no end to his weaponry. Oh, was that Wakanda? Was that the throne?
Yes.
Yeah. Panther. Oh man, I want that throne. I missed out.
So
that's a hot toy. I can't afford it.
Yeah, well, no. So hang on. Like I was only making sure because I just spilled some.
Gorgeous.
So
It's
here's like I love Shuri. Now, as everyone knows, I have an action figure fetish for chairs. And what's so wacky is they made a chair of the Wakanda.
I know.
And I've had
so
Shuri
good.
sitting in it the whole time, like a
It
hand.
looks so good.
And
Listen,
I actually when he died, I took this chair out and because I took a picture of the chair in the sunlight. I was very upset. You know, I was. You know what's great? He was a warrior. He didn't tell anyone he was sick because he knew if he did, they would treat him differently.
And he was showing up in cancer hospitals for children.
Dude, I can't. I mean, I can't even. You know, when I saw Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, you could tell he was much thinner than he was.
Oh, yeah.
That performance was one for the ages.
Yeah.
And the guy was dying, and he knew it. I mean,
And was still showing up.
and he didn't tell anyone. You know why? Because he wanted to do the work. That was what kept him going.
Exactly.
You know, and you look at him, and you know what I find fantastical is that all of us, every human being, I've said this on my show a million times, there's only one of us. if you're a Watchmen fan, the reason that Dr. Manhattan comes back from Mars to save humanity is he realizes he's looked into the structure of the universe. And he says, you know what? I've realized that the thermodynamic miracle of life, that your mother or your father, with all of all the chance, the mathematical probabilities that you will never exist, but you have, and you do. Every human being is unique in the entire infinitude of the cosmos. And the fact that you exist at all makes you the most precious thing in the universe, because there will never be anyone, your fleeting lives, there's only one of you in the entire infinitude of creation. And I love that about Watchmen. And it's so funny because Watchmen's so bleak and pessimistic. But I loved it because there's a lot of joy in it. Alan Moore, like Stanley Kubrick, my favorite director, would say, okay, I'm telling you the darkest story I can, but I'm telling you this story because, hey, why not do better? Let's not be the way the characters are in this story. Can't we do something better? That's what both Alan Moore and Stanley Kubrick are saying. Let's do something better. And I would say, like, we have the tools and technology. People can make awesome shit. And yet, there's a lot of people that want to wallow in their anger and they want to accuse people. And I'm like, why bother? Who cares? Why not go make something that you own? And we're here. We have the technology. Anybody can turn on a camera and start a YouTube channel. Anybody can 3D model, I don't know, a new baby carriage. Whatever. We live in a world where we can do anything. And yet, there are so many people that aren't doing it. They're angry and they're not doing shit. But isn't it cooler to make stuff, to create shit that people will buy from you?
Yes. And as a result of my passion, I've taken up toy photography. And now I want to sell some photographs of my action figures that I've been.
Well, can we see some of that? Can you send me something so I can put it up on the link?
Well, I do want to get these copywritten, but I can hold this. I can hold a couple of examples up onto the screen. Hold on.
Well, you must want to be selling something, right?
Yeah, but I still have things I have to. I'm working on framing and a bunch of other stuff.
Right, but do you have anything online people can buy?
No, not yet. I'm working on that. Yeah, this is just the beginning process.
Show us your shit, son. Okay, so once again, I feel that a wonderfully rollicking midnight metal show.
Yes.
I just want to say, can I just thank you, like, right now, for your friendship and your awesomeness? I just think that I want to acknowledge it's a great privilege and an honor to be doing the show with you.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you, Robert. I feel the same way about you.
Well, I mean, I think there's just something to be said because it's important. Just so you know. And by the way, if you look at the thumbnail, has a new album out called Midnight Metal.
Yes, and it's crazy good. It's crazy good.
Well, it's very imaginative. It's a very imaginative album.
Wait a minute.
Robert,
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
All those years on the road, Robert, I learned a thing or two, you know.
I know the broken love affair with two men at the same time.
It was tough, Robert, but you know, I was determined to make it work, you know.
I was all about two groupies every night, and it was really hard because I wanted to like acquit myself admirably. It was hard. It was hard.
But now I just remember the good times, Robert. I just remember the good times.
Because they were the good. Then the dark times came before the Empire, and that was problematic. What are you gonna do? So, Michael, what do you got for us?
Yes.
All
Come
right,
on, man.
so like I said, I just started doing this, but I've been, I've been printing them out to see how they go. Now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to do these. I'm giving it a more of a CinemaScope 50s, 60s
Love it.
kind of feel because
Wow.
so I'm doing everything in black and white.
Oh, wow.
This is Superman versus Predator. Let's see if I can get this up.
Hang on. Oh wait, hang on. Wow,
Oh, my
that's
goodness.
really cool, dude.
Wow. It looks like a storyboard almost.
I literally want these photographs to look like comic book covers or whatever. This one, Mandalorian.
Wait,
I love that.
oh man.
These are all from my toy collection.
So
that's
are
wonderful.
you gonna sell these prints? What are you gonna do?
Oh yes, as a matter of fact, I will be selling these prints, and I actually want to do NFTs out of them too.
Wow.
So these are going to be limited editions. I am definitely doing limited. You're not going to be able to get these all the time. Here's another. This is another.
Scooch it
Mando.
over.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Wow, that's really
Fantastic.
cool. Now, what scale is that? 12 scale?
The,
Black
the
Series?
The Mandos are the 6-inch Star Wars retro series.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
I love this one. I love the stark contrast of the blacks and the whites to it. This is not a this is an Overwatch figure. Doesn't have any. I'll have no relationship with the figure, but I loved it, and
That's a
I
really
just
cool
thought it-
shot, though.
Yeah, your poses and your perspective are really, really good.
Yeah. Really
let me
cool.
tell you something. I have become, gotta admit, a damn good poser.
Dude, I have to say, I never thought being a good poser would be something I would aspire to, but
positive.
and we live in a modern world where I tell people like, you would not believe what a great poser I am.
What a great poser I am.
I'm
We
just
definitely have
saying.
to talk about that on your PGS
Oh,
review.
please, can I please?
In your PGS, yes. I actually I
I
sent
am-
you a message, but I wasn't sure if you had gotten it about it. But yes, we definitely need to
Well,
talk about it. It's going to be great.
I emailed you months ago, from a response that you sent to me, but I never got a response back. I got your
Oh.
email address. Yeah.
Hey, now, kids, all good
She's
now.
Wait, hey, hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
This is no slant on her. I'm watching channels that I don't think have any relationship to you guys. Is
Other
showing
than
up
we're
on all the
awesome?
articulation shows, and Rob is showing up. I'm going, oh my God, they're everywhere. No wonder can't find my email. She's so popular right now. It's crazy.
Well, I think here's the thing. I think is the girl we all wish we, met in high school. She was our high school sweetheart. She loved the same shit we wanted. We went to college. We were apart, and then like we had beautiful girls. If you've seen that movie, there was some snowy night when everyone comes home from college, and for the first time, we're like 23 and 24, and like, baby, what's up? How you doing? And she's like, what's
go ahead,
going on? And you're like, oh man, I have a hard time getting all my Star Wars black figures. And she's like, which ones do you need? And I'm like, well, I need some of the clone troopers. She's like, I might have a connection. And then suddenly you're like, want to go for coffee? And she's like, sure. That's who RM is to a lot of people.
I really like that scenario. I don't know how much truth there is in it, but I really like it.
Hey, Rob is a player. He knows
Me,
how
a
to talk.
player? No.
See, now I would start walk up to her and go, I'm a part of the Black Series.
Oh, dude. You know what? If I said that and then showed her my dick, and she'd be like, you're not part of the Black Series. Come on now. Come on, for real.
Absolutely. And then I'd put out my arm. Hey, listen, man, when you're out
That's
here,
when I go,
it's a jungle,
I'm not
buddy.
part of the Black Series, but I'm a cunning linguist. Then she's like, all right, show me. What's up?
When you're
Just
talking
saying.
to women these days, you got to bring every weapon you can. Bring it.
Well, here's yes, and my problem with thank God I'm old, because all the tools and the tricks of the trade I wielded like a fucking Jedi. none of them matter now because no one cares. The girls today, they're just, it's, you know what? You know what's really funny? I never thought I could be like, you should come over to my house and see my Hot Toys action figures. And I would meet girls that would say to me, they're like, is that 1/12? I'm like, no, that's 1/6. And girls would be like, oh my God, really? Please show me your action figure collection. I never thought I'd live in a world like that, but that's where we're at. Mm-hmm. How good is your 1/12 scale collection? Well, it's pretty good. I mean, I'm just saying, we live in a... Michael, the world is a very strange place.
Yes,
I never thought the size of my toys would get me a date. Well, thank God I don't need a date because I've been with Elizabeth for a long time. I'm perfectly happy. Thank God I don't even have to explain to someone new. Like, Elizabeth was an artist and all that. I mean, can you imagine dating now? Like, you'd have to explain to a woman why you have 300 6-scale action figures. They're going to look at you and be like, I don't want to explain it. I'm like, baby, if you don't get it, I'll send you an email. It's all good.
I just helped a lady friend of mine move. We got the last of her things.
Hang on, Michael. Please define lady friend.
Okay, here's another. She's my COVID boo. Do you know what
COVID boo? Hey, you know what? That's all we need to know.
Lucky
COVID
you.
Boo. That is exactly. By the way, can I just say, perhaps this might be the most legendary show I ever do, because you saying she was my COVID boo is the coolest shit I have ever heard in the last 2 years. So thank you, sir. Then
Unfortunately, I told myself I would never see a woman that lived in the same building I did, but things happened. But she wanted to she wanted to find a house, so I just helped her move out 2 weeks ago because they just started putting a new elevator in my building, so we had to get her out so that we didn't have to go up so many flights of stairs up and down. So I just moved her out. But when you were talking about your action figures and romance, the funny thing about it is she's seen me since I've adopted this hobby of action figures. So when she would come into my apartment, she'd go, what's going on? And I'm like, well,
listen, COVID boo, let me tell you what's up.
I recognize the vision, and I recognize this little plastic Spider-Man, but who's that? Who's that? What's that? And so I built out a full diorama. A full diorama. I just recently stripped it all down and rebuilt a new one.
Wow.
She came back in and saw it stripped and rebuilt. She went, oh my God, look at all of these people. She called them people. And I think I do such a decent job of
It's art, man. Michael, come on. It's art.
Dude, it's a conversation piece. Because she's looking at the diorama and she's going, oh my God, he's doing, because I got, the thing about it is I don't necessarily go for realism as far as like white, doing washes on stuff to make it look really old. My thing is more about how you pose the figures and how they're relating to one another is even more important. And so now when she would come by, she'd go, oh my God, they look human. I mean, it's been a conversation generator, thank God. It hasn't.
Thank God. Now let me ask you, Michael, I gotta turn it over.
Okay.
To who, to me, is kind of elusive. Like, I love doing shows with her, but I really don't know her.
No.
I don't know. Like, I can't gauge her. I know she loves eroticism, which is a big plus. But I don't know her. Like if we were to sit down with each other and start a conversation, I'd be like, so what happened with this? I wouldn't know, because I don't know anything about this.
Well,
So
it would be a little different because it would be somewhat more of an intimate, private conversation, Robert.
Yes, it would be, and I would already have adored you, so I would have the crush on you I would have had. I would have to get over that before I could talk to you like rationally. But that said, so what's interesting is I would ask to comment on Michael and what he's saying. Like, I would ask you, I mean, clearly you are a queen geek. There are queen bees, there are queen geeks, you're a queen geek. You flip between many different channels. You bring a smile to many men's faces. I think everyone thinks, God, I wish I had someone like her in my life. And most of us don't. So the question I have for you is, what kind of action figure displays turn you on?
Yeah, I have to say it's the dioramas. Like what?
Oh my God, I'm
Michael,
getting so hot. The dioramas. You
I
didn't even
can't.
hesitate. You're just like,
No.
Wait to
it's
show
the
her my
dioramas.
diorama.
Come on.
It's because, like that's when the playfulness happens, when your imagination is at its peak and you have to create these scenarios. So, it doesn't
God
have to be.
damn, this is why I love you. This is very sound, cogent reasoning. I wish I'd known you when I was 6 fucking teen. It would have been a much better life.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
And what's great about it is that, obviously, Michael, you have an eye for it because your photographs are telling me already that you have these ideas of where
Thank
you're
you very
placing
much.
each of these figures in relationship to one another. And I love that thought process of, where you said you had a diorama, you tore it down, and then you redid it. And, that's the fun part. The fun part is that we like to, and it's true, there's some people who don't necessarily move their figures around that much, but the fun part is going ahead and creating
All
that
girls have been
new-
saying that about their men for all of human history. They're not moving their figures around very much.
That's right.
Please
It's
give
okay
me
to do that.
give
Like,
me a
it's totally fine.
diorama. That would be awesome.
I keep my figures moving.
See, I like to see them kind of, having some sort of play and being
Yes.
in a period where it feels like they're progressing also, even though they're it's like you're making them alive because you're putting them in a scenario where they're moving, there's motion, there's activity, there's scenarios happening, and then you can kind of walk around the diorama and look at different angles and you can kind of, it's like you're walking in a movie almost, in a scene of a big action scene, and you can turn around and look at different things and see things from different perspectives, and even in the case, and I'm sure Michael probably does this, take different shots from different perspectives of your own diorama. It's fun to do this stuff, and I find it fascinating.
I've fallen in love with it. My passion. I've fallen in love with it so much that I literally, other than I still do my Mixcloud DJ sets. I try and do sometimes on the weekends. I haven't gone back to sitting down on my keyboards and doing any original music since I started collecting. It's been March. This is the longest time I've ever taken away from my music.
Why
So
do you think that
that's
is,
how
though?
deep?
That can't just be collecting.
No, it is. I have this thing in me that if I get an open window where I see something that I feel like I can jump into, once the passion sets in, man, I become so fucking focused. I just get narrow-minded, and I want to be good at this. I want to be good at posing. I want to be good. And then I started seeing toy photographers, and I'm like, let me try it. I tried it a few times, showed some people, they went, this is cool. This other person, this one person at the toy show said, I'd buy one. I'm like, oh my God. So it's about passion. So it's overshadowed music temporarily, but I'm jumping right back in as of now because fall is my favorite time of year. and I always get energized about making music in the fall. So I'm really hyped to get back into it. But I believe toy collecting and dioramas are going to be with me the rest of my life.
Well, no, I love that. I mean, I think that what you're doing is you're creating moments and a feeling, and I think what people don't quite understand about collecting is it's not like people outside of it are like, why did you buy a doll of this character? And what you think is like, I haven't bought a doll. It is this character. In my mind, I have a perfect representation of this character. Now, you're not thinking, well, Scarlett Johansson's not going to sue me for, like, putting my Black Widow. No. You're thinking not Scarlett Johansson. It's her character. It is Black Widow. You have a Black Widow character that has been defined by 25 movies.
Right.
So when you have that character and you set that character up in a diorama situation, it's something you've created. You've actually written a part that character wasn't written by the people that made the movies. Yes. And in your own mind, does that make that any less valid? Because, I liked Black Widow. I didn't love it. I thought a lot of it was by the numbers. The key to Black Widow was the sister-sister relationship. That was so good. I would watch those girls. Black Widow should have been a movie where those girls just wandered around the world and dissed on each other.
I agree. That would have, yes.
Wouldn't it have been great? It
would have been great.
Oh, they were so good. Frances Pugh she's the new Kate Winslet. She's so good. She's such a great actress. Not to say that Scarlett Johansson isn't, but the great thing about Black Widow is the two of them talking. And if it was My Dinner with My Sister, I would have watched it. I'd been like, that movie would have fucking ruled. And of course, they had to have a big, there's a shield helicarrier or some kind of whatever. Who cares? All we cared about was Black Widow and Yelena talking and walking around. Just make that movie.
Because I love that interchange where she was making fun of her. Why do you land like this all the time? Why do you come down on your knees like? When she was imitating her doing the superhero pose. That was so funny.
It was so good. And you know what? Nobody, the general population. I mean, I do movie shows every week, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, Rob, you're a Disney shield," and I'm like, "Okay, we have received 25 Disney movies already. We're getting 2 more by the end of this year. In the history of Hollywood, no one has ever produced a more profitable or a more entertaining film series ever. And so, that said, everyone knows that. They can do whatever the fuck they want now. And I do think that we're going to get a lot of weird, crazy wackiness in Spider-Man No Way Home because they've got Sony, doing Venom. And by the way, I'm sure they're not happy about this. Marvel is going to have to watch Venom Let There Be Carnage open on October 1st and completely destroy the box office. And they're like, well, these are our characters, kind of. Well, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, but anyway, kids, I think it's time to end this episode of Midnight Metal. It's only 4:16 a.m., which means it's 7:16 a.m. with you kids. I think we should rifle
time for
through
some Java.
Yeah, I know. There are super chats. I haven't gotten to it. And since I have all of you here, I think wouldn't it be cool if you all answer them?
Sure.
That'd be great.
So, Tom Jr. Jackson
I'm sorry, Robert.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Robert. Let me step away just real quickly to the kitchen here. I'm going to heat up a cup of coffee.
God damn it.
Go right ahead.
Yes, you should. And you know what? That means you and I are just together now. So let me ask you. I thought this is a pretty good show.
Yes.
It's a rollicking, fun show. Now let me ask you this. No one knows anything about you. So can I ask you a personal question?
Okay.
Right. Tell me about the first. Well, I should say, in our day and age, who was the first person you kissed?
Oh, that's easy. The guy's name was Edwin Vargas. He was a guy that I knew in high school, and he's actually, or was part of a group called Fulanito, which is a Latin music group, and I kissed him on the A train. So he was the first guy that I ever kissed.
Okay, hang on. Come on. What I want to know is details. Like when you kissed him, did you lightly touch his tongue?
No, it wasn't anything like that. It was more like I really wanted to kiss him, and I just kissed him. And I was a teenager, so it wasn't like as romantic or as passionate or as experienced as kissing someone as an adult, or that sort of thing. So
no wrong answers. I'm just putting you on the spot because I can right now. So it sounds kind of romantic.
I would have actually liked to have kissed him more, but it didn't work out like that. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But
wow, you want to kiss him? So who's the second guy you kiss more?
I can't really answer that because
come on, man. What, are you kidding me? This happened 40 years ago. Oh, man, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. I don't know.
It's kind of complicated, so I can't say, but it was very good.
Well, when I was at summer camp, I was told that a kiss was an upper persuasion to a lower invasion.
It is.
So,
it is.
Is it? Is it really?
Yes. Yes.
So this other guy you were kissing was all good.
Yes, he was. The first guy that I kissed, we didn't get that far.
Yeah.
But the one after that, we did. And I'm not going to say his name because I don't like to say the guy's name.
You don't have to say his name. We don't need names. I'm more interested in experiences. So when you kiss a guy that knows what he's doing and everything, like, is that a good thing?
Yeah, it is good. And of course, the second one, he didn't know what he was doing, so I had to help him out.
How'd you know about it?
Well, I was just going by what felt good.
So you didn't have any experience before?
No, I didn't really, no.
But you had experience in your imagination, like you knew what felt good already.
Definitely, and I think that he
and by the way, we all know. Let's admit it. We all know.
What? Yes. Each.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm telling you. Hang on, Michael's back. And Rutman's going. Thank God, Michael's back, because Rob is like, I'm all about. I'm grilling her about her initial sexual experiences and whatever.
Well, however, I tell you this: the clickbait on this Midnight Metal should be interview with a nympho.
No, well, no, but hang on. Hang on. Like, we all have sexual experiences. We're all. Here's what I love about sexuality. It's inherently imaginative. Like everyone, I mean, most of our lives, we begin our sexual lives making shit up. We imagine it, and we try and assist ourselves with our own bodies, but we're making it up in our heads.
And that's what fascinates me about directors and screenplay writers and such, because when there's a sex scene in a film or a TV or whatever, that's that person's fantasy, and then that fantasy becomes all of our fantasies.
Yeah, and, well. But you're absolutely right. But the problem is look, I worked on a show for 2 years, Femme Fatales, which was a half hour. It was Skinamax show. It was all about sex, and we as the directors, they would actually time us. Like, can you see a woman's breast for this amount of time? They timed us, and what was funny was I'm like,
Stevia.
The problem I love the show, but I'm like, eroticism and sexuality and why people look. Human sexuality is silly. It's ridiculous. If you're not fucking to procreate, why are you doing it? And that's a really good question. Like, why would you do it? The mechanics are the same, but the fact is, human sexuality is all about creativity. It's all about romanticism. It's about a number of different things. It's about it's craziness, and it drives you nuts. And I don't think that when a corporation requires you to make a movie, you're like, okay, but a corporation doesn't know what eroticism is. They don't get it. So you get a big job and all that. And by the way, where am I? I'm a little adrift. What am I saying?
Well, what I was going to say
All
is
I
that
know
we're coming to the end of the broadcast, but the thing that I wanted to tell you, Robert, is that it's much easier to talk about eroticism in movies and films versus eroticism in your own life. Like, those are two different, things to think about. And I think that what's really important about eroticism in film is that it, just like love, it's needed in movies, and we really do need to see that stuff. And so, for me, that's what I'm very passionate about, is looking and seeing how directors and filmmakers add eroticism into a film, and talking about the impact that the eroticism has, either in a community or in a film itself, and the success of the film. So that's why, when you're asking me questions about me personally, it's more difficult to answer those, because
Yeah, of course. No, hang on. I was just putting it on the spot for fun. But
I know.
what you just brought up, I mean, what you just said is very relevant. And the question I would ask you is, can we even have eroticism now? I mean,
definitely. Yes.
Okay,
And I think,
okay.
I think that I can't help but think of when Darren came on and he was talking about Lair of the White Worm, and there was that, the film is filled with erotic scenes in them. And there's one scene that I was talking about that was clearly someone's vision. This was someone's erotic fantasy. Mm-hmm. That scene that we saw, where she's, with the phallus and everything, like, this was someone's fantasy or dream or some kind of, maybe interpretation of a fantasy that they had. And, I think what's great about it is that some people will look at it and say, I want that fantasy, that exact fantasy. And other people will say, that makes me think of some other fantasy that I've had before.
Right.
And I think that's what's so great about filmmaking and eroticism, is that it can go into so many directions. It's enjoyable. It's supposed to be enjoyable. It's supposed to be a stimulating experience.
Yeah, of course.
And it's supposed to be something that's going to make you not forget about it.
Well, let me ask you, Michael. I mean, one of the things I find bizarre about the human experience, especially in America, is that our spirits, our intellect, our all that we are contained in this fleshy thing that we don't really understand. We don't understand consciousness. We don't understand, but we go with it, because what else are we going to do? And what I love is, I love art. I love talent. I mean, when I see someone pick up an instrument, whether it's a bone, whether it's a saxophone, whatever, and they play, for me, I'm gobsmacked. I watch somebody that can riff on an instrument, not just like, play I'm playing dueling banjos. Do. No, I watch a guy pick up a guitar, or a girl pick up a guitar and shred into the fucking sunset, and you hear that. It's amazing. It's amazing. And yet, I believe that that's what we want our society to be. So the question I have is, how do we make people feel that way? How do we make them want art or culture or excitement? Or how do we do that? And by the way, can we do that?
I'll give you. It's a simple word, and it's not an answer, but it's a part of it. Exposure. Period. Exposure. We're living in a world where, Rob, you and I, we're pretty much of the same generation. I might have a few years on you, but
Years don't matter. It's all about philosophy.
yeah, Rob, the things that you and I have seen being invented over our lives, we grew up in a time when
How about the
we didn't know-
internet?
there was no. Remember, you had to come home to get your messages, and you had to rewind a little cassette tape. I we're living in a world now where the information is so in your face that it's hard to know what is.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why, you talk about is rock and roll dead? No, it's not. A lot of these things that people have these cynical views about, they're not real. It's all about what you're feeding your mind and what is coming to you, directly to you, morning, noon, and night. So yes, exposure is an important element.
But how do you do that? Like how do you increase exposure?
Well, unfortunately, there's a downside to this. Right now, the best medium for exposure is the internet. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, of course.
But here's the beautiful thing about it. It doesn't cost you a dime. The problem is, once you're on, how do you get enough people to see you? That is the beguiling question. Algorithms are not a good thing, in my opinion. It's the worst thing that ever happened to creators.
They're not nuanced, which is why they don't work.
Exactly.
And one final thing that I would add to what Michael is saying is that, there is something to be said for the live experience.
Oh yeah.
And, in-person experiences.
I listen to jazz. But I'm telling you, when I see it, like I listen to it and I can bop around in my chair. But when I see it, there's an energy that comes through me. Jazz live is so much more spectacular. It's just amazing live.
Well,
but I also,
Well, it's amazing live because you're dealing with musicians who understand theory, technique, everything about music, which allows them to improvise and do things on the fly that you would have never thought of. Yeah. And that, by the way, is the essence of the human experience. I mean, imagine, you don't have to play jazz, but whatever you want to do, I don't care if you want to teach preschool. If you're good at what you do, and in the 2 years you have to do it, you can change not just your life, but everyone. The problem is, what do you want? Why do you want to do it? The question is, why do you want to do this? Do you want to go on this path, and if so, why? What do you want at the end?
I think that's definitely something that the next time we meet, we can explore more because there's a lot more to answering that question, and it's something that we have to think about. And maybe the second half of the question of, is rock music or the music industry in general, of what state it's at, and then where it's going in regards to how do you get other artists inspired to go down that road.
I couldn't agree more. And Michael Elliott, I think it's time we end this stream. By the way, can I just say, this might be one of the greatest shows ever we've done.
Rob, don't say that. Don't say that, because when you say that, it fills my heart to know that I came on your show and you feel that about it. Man, I'm telling you, you're blowing me away.
It has been a wonderful
Michael,
show,
it's self-evident.
You're blowing me away, man.
That's self-evident. I mean, what's funny is this show shouldn't even exist. It is this most fakakta, whatever. I just made this shit up and going, I'm going to do a show called Midnight Metal. Like, okay. But, and basically it was like, I can't drink during the week. What can I have a show I can drink on the weekends? Oh, yeah, I'm so fucking metal as I drink. It's really not my thing. However, meeting you guys, having this conversation is exactly what midnight metal is fucking about. Fucking
Absolutely.
And at the end of the day, I mean, how exciting was this?
Oh, I loved it. I explode when I'm watching your show, not only from the sex talk, but, but you guys
Look, if you're not a cunning linguist, go back or go home.
when you guys will bring up a subject or something, I'm going,
Rim jobs?
darn it,
Oh,
I
wait,
wish I was
stop.
on there.
Oh, sorry,
It
what?
drives me nuts.
All right, me too.
I'm
Fantastic.
like, I wish I was on there right now. I can bring something to
Oh,
this.
wait, you're talking about the show.
Last week, you and were sitting up there going, doesn't anybody want to come on? I couldn't come on. Well, I could, but you guys are primarily talking horror. I wouldn't have nothing to bring to the table. I'm not a horror fan. I wouldn't have nothing to bring. So I said, well, I better not jump on now. It's toward the end, and there's no reason for me to jump on now. But I wanted to, believe me.
Okay,
And I said,
Michael.
Well, look at tonight at the impact that you had on tonight's show.
Yeah, I here's the thing. Here's my philosophy of life. If you're saying I shouldn't do this, no.
that's when I should.
Well, yeah.
No, it is. It really is.
Never ever say no. Oh, I can't do this. Can't do this. Don't ever say. Here's the thing. I'm right now involved in a. Can't say anything about it, but let's say it's a cockamamie scheme. It's very well researched and all this, but it's so insane. And I'm like, sure. No, I'll be involved. Whatever you want me to do. So I get these crazy calls from weird people that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm sitting in the Robservatory. I'm looking around going, nah. What do you want to know? Well, we need to know, how does this work? I'm like, let me tell you how this works. It's all fucking bullshit. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I am sitting in a fucking garage. I'm like, here's the Robservatory. We're not connected to the goddamn Pentagon in this room. I mean, I'm in a garage with bookshelves and.
Robert?
I mean, it's so. Look, don't get me wrong.
You're the wizard of figures, Rob. Who is that man behind
I
that?
love being here. Like, I got great shit. It's awesome. I'm not. Don't tell me it's not. It's great.
Dude, I want to see the rest of it. You can't.
Well, you'll see.
That episode is up and coming.
Yeah.
Please, I can't.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I
the lights aren't even on. But it's so funny because at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what do we want? Like, look, do we all we all want to be rich, sure, but the question is, why do we? And I think it's a very simple answer. The reason we want to be rich is, first of all, we'll never have to worry about rent or security again. You know, like if you're rich, I never want to have that, you know.
Or medicine.
Exactly. Then healthcare. Healthcare, being rich, we don't have to worry. Education. My kids can go where they want to go. There's great reasons to be rich, but the problem is, here's the big problem with wealth in this country, that most of the people that are rich haven't done the work to get the wealth. So there's no value with it. So if somebody who lives 1,000 years from now, because the Star Trek Discovery went through a time warp, so we meet everyone at Starfleet headquarters in the 32nd century. Like, someone's like, well, what happened? Like, horrors and hardship, but your uniform looks great, so maybe wear something else. I mean, it's just, Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I go talk about how horribly bankrupt modern Star Trek is? I don't mean
It's okay.
I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to do it.
But it's
okay.
garbage.
No, it's-
but it's the truth. It's garbage. Yeah, it's garbage. I labored through the first season of Disco, and it was so hard. Second season, I couldn't get to. Did I get to the? I might have, but man, third season, I was no way I was going back. Picard, first season, I went, "Are you kidding?"
Dude.
I don't want to end the show on this note. Let's end it on a positive note.
No, okay. You're right. We're not going to talk about how terrible how Star Trek Modern Star Trek. We shouldn't
Let's
do
end
that.
it on a positive note. This
No,
is a great
we're not going to
show.
end it. We're gonna have a philosophical debate. I got it. I got you.
Let's wax poetically.
Now, here's the thing. We live in a world where imagination, the realization of imagination, has never been easier. We have science fiction technology, and we have, in the space of weeks, we have two of the great canonical cornerstones of science fiction, Dune and the Foundation trilogy, that are coming out. Isn't that amazing? We have two of the most venerable, celebrated literary science fiction properties from the 50s and 60s that have been adopted by A-list people, A-list budgets, A-list excitement.
And in the case of Dune, you have what is considered probably the best visual director, period, out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his work is phenomenal. And these Dune trailers, wow.
All right, man. Aren't we getting, for all of you imagination connoisseurs, the entire premise of my channel is to imagine greatness and dream bigger. And I would say to everybody, now, not to say you can criticize it, but we're getting the Foundation trilogy and Dune in the space of 30 days. I hope you all just take stock in the moment and just say, wow, Rob said it. This is fucking great. Your minds will be blown. And by the way, your teacher won't have to tell you that. It will be self-evident. Right?
Exactly.
Fill me in, goddammit. Thank you.
That is
I'm not wrong.
No, you're right. That's the perfect segue to the end of tonight's show.
Yes, and more super chats. First of
yeah,
all,
more.
I have to say, like, you know, this show's a little haphazard. I want to thank she has been a delightful coworker. She's been very supportive of the work. She has been, she's wicked, as they say in Boston, wicked smart. I mean, she's a joy to stream with. So, let me just give you a shout out. You fucking rule.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Fuck yeah. Michael Elliott, last person. You've been here before. I want to thank you for your insight and thank you for your mirth-filled comments and making us all smile.
Rob, you couldn't have made me happier. And hope you don't take this stream down. I got to watch this at least one more time. All 5 hours.
I don't take any streams down. What do you think?
And the reason why I want to watch it is because I can't concentrate on the chat. So, folks, if I've been ignoring you, I'm very sorry. But my time. But I also did download. I download on my phone a webcast app, and so now I think I'll be able to do it from my phone, and then I'll be able to move around my apartment and show you some things. So,
dude, I want you to bootleg this stream and send it to China and say, "This is an amazing American movie." And let us bootleg it for only $3,000. I'm like, okay, that's great. I'll give $730,000 to the distributors, but I sold it. It'll be fine.
But yes, I appreciate you having me on. And once again, about last week, wasn't so much I couldn't bring anything to the table. One of the things was it was coming toward the end of the show. Plus, you know, I had already been on twice. I want to see other people come on, you know?
I would say this, man. You know, we need to build you a show.
Well, you know something, Rob? We talked about that the first time I came on. There's a lot of...
Yeah, well...
You talked about, you said, maybe we ought to do an 80s music, devoted to 80s music. And I mean, I'm open to it. It depends on, I can't do anything at this time of morning. You guys are, I'm so glad that I love the show so much. I'm getting up at 2:30, 3 o'clock. I'm loving it. But
come on, man. It's only 7:42. What's up? You can go to sleep and get 3 hours of sleep and get up at 10:42 and be like, I'm ready.
I can't. I need like 5 or 6 hours at least.
Well, I was. It's funny for me. I'm thinking, wait a minute, is this Saturday or Sunday? Do I have to do Let's Get Physical Media at 11? I'm like, wait, no, I don't.
Do you have Zoom today? Any Zooms today or anything?
We were going to. We didn't because Roberto Suarez is gone away, so I don't. I have no Zooms. Okay. But thank you for looking out for me. But here's the funny thing. You know, I would say, Michael, yes. I mean, you're a natural, man. I mean, in terms of, the three of us, I can't, look, there's a lot of people that I love that I want to have come on the show. But here's the thing. Not everyone can be a scintillating on-camera personality. And it has nothing, I'm like, well, here's me being an elitist. It's not that. It's just, it is what it is. Like, there are people that don't like being in front of the camera. They think they do, but they don't want to be. Yeah. You know, and dude, I think the three of us or whatever, what's great is the authenticity and talking. And by the way, Michael, I love the fact you called into the show. You know, it was so great because I'm
glad I got on. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, but we're not. I mean, neither one of us. We're not elitist snobs. It's come on the show, be cool. Like let's have fun, right? Am I wrong?
The thing I love about it. The thing I loved about it. The first time I came on, Rob, I came right on. I was like, how quickly I came on here. I was surprised. Second time, equally surprised. The third time, the queue was loaded up with people. The only reason why I made it on is because I kept,
I didn't even know the queue. To be honest, the queue thing is not something that I've even delved into. Yeah. I didn't think that existed. So I always thought there was people, and now, I mean, over the course of the last 6 months, I've realized it exists. And like, Rob, she just shows up sometimes, like, "Hi, how's it going?" I'm like, "How? You haven't clicked on my."
Rob, I'm telling you, I got lucky because I had to reboot several times because the queue was full. You're growing, man. A lot more people want to talk to you. You don't understand. They really do. I know there's some that are shy, but
let me just say this, Michael. I appreciate you saying that, but I've been slacking on the channel for the last month only because I've had to deal with Tango Shalom. That will change. I mean, and I will say this. The reason I do this channel, the only reason, look, can I say there's an economic component? Sure. Of course. I'd be lying if I said no. But the reason I do this channel is because I need the cocaine. I need the ecstasy. I need the drug that gets me to the next project. And that thing is not cocaine, not ecstasy, nothing. What I get is people like you or Terrier or anyone. Mm-hmm. My channel has afforded me the wonderful opportunity to meet people that by the way, I dearly love. I really do. And people that I didn't know before.
Well, we love you too, Rob.
It's those people that keep me going. It's those people like, what can I do for them? What can we do? And at the same time, I'm, trying to get a fakakta little low budget film that no one ever so the paperwork sucks. I don't mean a bitch. I really just want to go sit on an island for 6 months. But I have to tell you, everyone, all of this community it's amazing. It's amazing. And it's what keeps me going. Sort of. Until the day where I just want to say, here's all my figures. It's time for me to check out. I just don't want to get the angle. I don't want to splatter your display cases.
No.
I just kidding. That was a joke. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna kill myself, but I'm like, if I would, I'd be like, what's the trajectory? Like the bullets.
Yeah.
Justin just spent $18,000 on his. I don't want to get blood on his cases.
Man, I
Come
got
on,
blood all over that $1,000 Hot Toys of Mysterio.
I know, right? It's just funny. Look, I would say this: most of my life has been happy. I've had so much fun, and I've made cool shit. And it's like, what's not to love? You know?
Yeah. You've had I can't speak for you, but it seems to me like you feel like you've had a good life.
Yeah, and it's not over yet. I joke about it, but I'm like, my idol now is Clint Eastwood, Cry Macho. He directed that. He's 91. 91.
That's so great.
And you know, the thing is, at the end of the day, we're all gonna die soon. So, and that's not morbid. It's just part of life. And I would rather go, if I'm going to die, wouldn't it be great to die with a woman's panties between your legs?
Without question.
I mean, and by the way, if you're a cunning linguist, you're holding up her panties and you're making her come exquisitely 3 or 4 times because you're good at what you do. And if you're not, you shouldn't be in this fantasy scenario anyway, because it's never going to end well.
Yeah, nothing like dying face first.
Yeah, I know, and face first is good. If you die face first, you don't have to be a cunning linguist anymore.
Exactly.
Terrible. I shouldn't say it.
Just need an open face sandwich.
Yeah. All right, kids. We must end this stream. I want to say to all of you, you know, let me just talk about Michael Elliott and can I just say you both have been terrific. It is my honor to stream with you.
Thank you.
Mine too. Thank
I mean, you know, I wish if I'd met you in junior high school, we'd probably be married and have kids or whatever. Or maybe not. I don't know. But I just want to say thank you so much for being here. I want to thank all of our guests. I want to thank all of our blue wrenches. We've got the Richard. He is moderating. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, the Richard.
Richard.
I saw Darren Seeley's name in there.
I did see that. I saw Darren Seeley's, but I don't know where he is lately. He might have. Look, people have to go to bed.
Well,
yes.
Darren Seeley is here. Thank you, Darren.
The Richards is going to have an aneurysm. He's been trying to get off of here for forever, and I see my name over here. The Richard, I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. Plus, it's hard to leave until Rob goes.
I know. And I have to say, I mean, I think this is a good conversation. Look, I don't know. Like the premise of this channel is not to just like make people cycle through them. If we like somebody and you want to be on the show, like, let's keep you here.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, let's face it, Michael.
Yes.
You're a cool motherfucker.
Thank you, mods. Thank you, chat. Thank you for all the super chats that everybody sent in tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, well, let's check those and make sure I didn't miss anyone.
And before we close, yes, let's talk email.
Absolutely.
Okay,
we have a lot to talk about, Michael.
Yes, yes, we do.
By the way, Adrian sends in a super chat and says, "Great to hear you don't have an issue with Ethan Van Sciver. So when will we see Cyberfrog on Fully Articulated, even if he doesn't show up for the reasons? The toy." Hey, man, if you want to, I would totally put Cyberfrog on Let's Get Physical Media. Why not? I'll do it. Sure. I mean, count me in. Mukbong, our old friend. Where you been, buddy? Mukbong says, just so you know, I have Levez with broadcasts. We appreciate knowledge and experience. Well, Mukbang, I've loved you. I want to thank you. If you're actually saying I should come on your show, thank you very much. But with my Hot Toys budget, I need 5 figures. Just saying. I mean, I just want to fill in the blanks. You know what I mean? Okay. But thank you for thinking of me. I appreciate that. I mean, call me in. I'll do it. Mukbang goes on to say, just so you know. Oh, wait. Here, I already said that. We appreciate the knowledge and experience. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, well, I already said that. So Glenn Mark, our friend from New Zealand, says, have any of you heard of the rock and roll situation comedy All Together Now, starring Australian-American singer John English?
No, I've never heard of it.
I don't know it. Do you guys know it?
No, but we definitely have to check it out, and on our next show we'll talk about it.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of. I don't know Glenn Mark. I don't know him, but he's from New Zealand. Been a big fan over the last couple of weeks, and having been there for a long time, I appreciate what he says. Mukbang comes on and says, "Keep going. Have stamina. I like the questions." Okay, I would say this. Yeah, we could sit here and ask questions, but we also have to be frosty for tomorrow. Imagine what we have to... What do you have to do tomorrow? What's going on tomorrow?
I have to get some rest.
Go figure about that.
I have scripts to write, and I also have video to do, as well as take care of my mother and things like that. So tomorrow is a full day.
Love it. I mean, that's the day you should have. What a wonderful day. I mean, doing the work. So kids, gentlemen, ladies, all of you from these 28 the known galaxies, I think it's time that Midnight Metal comes to an end. And by the way, I have to say, this show was pretty fucking good.
Yes.
This might be, it's close to the longest one, right?
But it's also great. I mean, I want to thank both of you. I want to thank Michael Elliott for being here. And before you guys, everyone who came on the show, thank you so much. Yes. I know it takes courage to bust your ass and to be live on the internet and all that. Let me just tell you, this is the raison d'etre of the channel. We want you to come. We will not ridicule you. We just want to hear what you think. Join us and tell us, right?
Yes.
And on that note, I will say to all of us, to Michael, to and myself, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of Midnight Metal. And thank you to making sure that, well, the alternative, fuck the Ice Age or climate change or whatever, we can change it. So why don't we? We will. It'll be good. It's all fine. Thank you for being here. And I would say to all of you, have a great night. Yes?
Yes.
Day for me.
I will see you all tomorrow.